Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining my co host Mary and I for another Spiritual Learning Thursday. Every Thursday, we go over a different topic. After we play the video on the topic, we'll take any questions that anyone has and we'll try to answer them the best that we can. If you have any ideas on what you would like to learn about in the next upcoming videos, please leave a comment. We will be with you shortly. If you would be so kind as to take this time to give a like and share out the video, it would be greatly appreciated. Sit back, enjoy the show. Thank you so much again for coming. I'm just getting my coffee, guys. I'll be right there. Can't do anything without coffee today. I wish I had something to put in the coffee, like, I don't know, Irish cream or something. Anywho. All right, coffee's made. I hope everybody's got their coffee. Here we go now. Here we go. Okay, so I think we were supposed to do elementals today. Hi, James. How are you? Let's see who's all here. Welcome to anyone new. We have Robert, Tired, Nina, Diane, Diane, Fancy. And I'm sorry, I'm Greek and Sicilian, so I'm going to say your name wrong. Is it Shayla, honey? Is that close? I think it's Shayla. Okay. I'm waiting for my co-host. I don't know what happened to her. I did it later so she could make sure she came. Yes, elementals. I'm sure you've seen the elemental one already, James, but I think everybody was, a few people asked me about elementals, so I figured that we could do the Sheila. It's Irish. I'm sorry, Sheila. Okay, I got you now. I'll remember, hopefully, because I'm old now. It's hard to remember what I'm doing, but um, yeah. But anyway, so while we wait for Mary, you know what I'll do? I'll set up the let's go find the elementals. The elementals, it's so cool how they came about. Um and how the elementals are like still elementals to me, like everybody always goes like, oh, they're big on angels, but since I had a hi Scott, I had a very bad angel attack me. Um I'm not big on angels. I try to keep my distance, whether they're good or bad. I don't want to know about it because I don't know who's good or bad, right? So I am a big friend of the elementals. So the elementals were here before millions of years, billions, I don't know, 3 billion years before the angels. They were here a long time before the angels, okay? So they're like, I always feel they're the ultimate divine.
people don't come across them as much, right? Because they don't really interact with people unless they really like you. um, so yeah, or they knew you from past lives, something like that, right? Um, so yeah, so when people like a lot of like people will go like, oh, we do our spells and we give to the elementals. They don't even know what the names of all the elementals are, which annoy me. They think spirit is an elemental, which it's not. But they do, so they're like, oh yes, fire, wind, and spirit, and it annoys me. Okay, they don't know what they what they are. Um, and then they don't know anything about them. And so and some are like, oh, the elementals are, some people think they're bad, and I'm like, no, they're not bad. They're like everything else. Okay, if you prick with something you're not supposed to, or do something you're not supposed to animals, to nature, to a person they like, yeah, they're gonna be mean to you. Otherwise, they don't bother with you. They don't have no reason to. They're not, they're here for the good of the earth and the things living on the earth, but not so much people. Like, um, but they're more, to watch the earth itself. Um, so yeah, and ceremony, James. Yeah. So hi Maria. So what we'll do is we'll watch the first video of how the elementals even came about, and then we'll learn a little about the elementals. So yeah, let me set that up for you guys, because I only have phones. So I do the best I can because I'm poor. But listen, I just got poorer today, even. So, we're gonna do the best that we can with what we got. So it's all right. It's okay. It's all right. All right. Okay. Did you? Sorry, you're just looking down my chest. I apologize for my rudeness. Okay, let's turn you guys around, make this bigger. Settings. Why are you giving me a hard time? Oh, Mary must be coming up. It always throws off the picture, maybe when Mary's coming up. I bet you. See, here she comes. Hi, Mary. Mary, every time you come up, it throws the picture off. I don't know freaking why, but it
What's
changes
it
the
do?
media. It changes the media assets when you come up, and I don't know why that is. Like it goes to like a default. Anyway, here we go. We're back. I'm gonna play the video on elementals. Okay.
All right.
Alrighty. So here we go. We gotta do. Where's the layout? And no,
Hi,
I don't
everybody.
want. Where's the present? Gosh darn you! Oh, there you go. Okay. Which way are we going?
You got to go to your left. There you go. There you go. You got it, I think. Now,
Something.
go over just a little bit more.
You know what it is? I don't have. I have my. I have it on
Okay, that's too much.
list.
There you go. Right.
Yeah. The problem is, I wait. You know what? Wait. Give me 1 second, guys. I
All
gotta.
right.
I gotta fix myself here. I gotta turn the thing around so
She's having
that.
technical difficulties, y'all.
Tech, yeah, technical difficulties. I told them it's because I'm poor and I don't have any of these devices except 2 phones, so we got to make it work. And we got poorer today, so that's how it goes. Okay. So, um, come on. Okay. Look, that's good. Here we go. You can hear it. So I think as long as you guys can hear it, it's good. Here we are.
What are elementals and what are their differences? Today we're going to find out just how many elementals there are, what they do, and where they came from. What are elementals? Elementals are nature spirits that are linked to specific elements. They are conscious, four-dimensional beings of pure spiritual energy. Let's start with fire elementals. To explain each element, fire, earth, air, water, is proposed to possess sentient energy, a spiritual essence that embodies the element. What are fire elementals? They rule the element of fire. They hail from the direction of the south. It's typically agreed that they take on a lizard-like form. They are fabled to have taught ancient man how to create and use fire. The elemental concept of and the term salamander was coined by Pericles, a highly respected physician of the 16th century. The fire elementals have no relationship to the amphibious salamander. Ancient accounts tell of fire elementals living in volcanoes. Dormant volcanoes indicated content slumbering salamanders. When erupting, the salamander's wrath has been incurred, and their lava tongues will come lick up everything in their path. In more modern day, fire elementals are said to exist in our natural world, within every flame, volcano, and explosive force. They are the very essence of the sun and exist within the physical and etheric planes of the planet to give us strength, balance, and creativity of expression. There's other fire creatures thought to be elementals: dragons, phoenix, jinns, fire giants, and chimeras are just a few. There's some people that believe even unicorns are part of the fire elemental family. They can root out negative forces, hexes, and curses that fall upon a person. They also have the ability to clean and purify all low passions and all vices, helping to make a change that allows improving everything that hinders one's development. Elementals are considered interdimensional beings, which means they can move through different planes. Likewise, they maintain a strong bond with nature, which is why many cultures consider them protectors or guardians of the earth. The entities that live among the rocks of the earth are the gnomes. Gnomes are not fairies or fae, and fairies and fays are not in the elemental family. Earth elements hail from the north. They represent fertility, stability, hard work, nourishment, and order. The season of the earth is autumn, when plants return to the soil from which they sprang. Gnomes, nomids, and even gargoyles are part of the earth elemental family. Earth elementals take care of the hidden treasures that lie within the earth. Gnomes are the guardians of all the treasures and precious metals hidden under mountains and deserts. As an earth elemental, they like gardens, hence the custom of placing the figures of gnomes around that area. It's a call for protection and wisdom. Gargoyles have been attributed with the power of warding off evil spirits, guarding the buildings they occupy and protecting those inside. So they too are protectors. Hence why they're usually on spiritual buildings to keep the evil out. A sylph is an air elemental. It stems from a 16th century work from Pericles, who describes them as beings of the air or elementals of the air. Air elementals hail from the east. They are associated with mind, and its season is spring. Air represents intellect, goals, ambition, fun, communication, and strategy. Air elementals are ethereal. They don't take on a physical form, but they seem more wispy, like clouds. Though some folks actually see flurries of light and color, they can appear mentally even in the thinnest of air. They are directly related to inspiration, knowledge, communication, and travel. The spirits of the air are the ones that cause the winds and shape the clouds. They play a role in the growth of plants and flowers, particularly. They carry life sustaining energy that nurtures all living things that breathe. On a subtle level, these air elementals transmit the currents of spirit from heaven to earth. Undines are water elementals. Water is the element that hails from the west. It is associated with the soul and represents everything that has to do with emotions and intuition. Water is ruled by the moon and deals with healing, cleansings, emotional release, clarity, inner reflections, and forgiveness. Their name comes from the Latin word unda, meaning waves. They come in different shapes and sizes, such as mermaids or nymphs, but are also thought of as a collective body of water itself. They're represented in each drop of water. Their presence represents beauty and dreams. They like to live in and protect the waterways and are relatively benign elementals, historically aiding sailors in safe passage. Spiritually, water is associated with wisdom, stamina, and endurance. People around the world equate water with healing and energy. Wood elementals, they're associated with the season of spring and bring growth. Wood is our intelligence. Once we conceive ideas within water, then we can develop them into theories, plans, and strategies with wood. Wood isn't everything that grows or that can be cultivated. It carries the power of the mind, the thinking mind. Wood elementals hail from the east. Wood's qualities are bold actions, planning, initiating new projects, idealism, imagination, compassion, and competitiveness. Wood elementals teach to control anger and channel it into positive work that benefits all people. The Chinese believe that all things in nature are connected to certain elements, and those 5 elements are connected to each other through various cycles. The Chinese also believe that the tree is the first element in the system of 5. It is connected to youth, early morning, and spring. The tree spreads above and below the earth. It takes up space. It yields fruit and is flexible and resilient. Thank you for joining us today and learning with us all about the elementals. We hope to see you again soon.
Okay, so unfortunately I played the how'd this go back this way? Jeez Louise. Okay. What is going on with the okay. I should have played the other one first, guys. I'm sorry. So hi to everyone who came in.
Yeah,
Kim,
hi everybody. Hi, Miss Ganderman. How are you?
Ganderman, Rob, how are you? Kevin.
Rob, yeah.
Nice to see you guys. I should have played the other one first, which told you how they got here. But so we'll play that one now, and then we'll take any
Hi,
questions.
Scott. Hi, Star. Hi, Jen.
Hi, Jen. I can't type or anything while these are on because unfortunately I'm using both the phones, right? So let me just set up the other one for you guys, which is how they actually got here now that you know the 5 elementals. Um, in our last video about elemental spirits, we learned that there are 5 species of elementals in our universe. We learned a little about their attributes and what forms they could possibly take. Today, we're going to learn how did elemental spirits actually come about in our universe. Well, for that, we're going to have to go back about 4.6 billion years. That's approximately when the Earth was formed, likely as a result of a supernova star explosion. Spiritually, that's right in line with how elemental spirits came into existence. The first elemental species to exist in our universe was fire. The supernova caused an explosion, which in turn made fire. The debris from this explosion began to collapse in on itself due to gravity, forming the sun. Gravity continued to draw the remaining particles together, clumping them into larger bodies, ultimately forming the Earth, the second elemental species to come into our universe. At first, it was extremely hot, to the point that the planet Earth likely consisted almost entirely of molten magma. Over the course of a few 100 million years, the planet began to cool, and oceans of liquid water formed. And that's how our third elemental species entered our universe. Once there was water, the very first plants on land were tiny. This wasn't very long ago, about 470 million years. Then, around 350 million years ago, many different kinds of small plants started evolving into trees. And that's how our fourth elemental species, wood, came into our universe. As the Earth cooled, an atmosphere formed, mainly from gases spewed from volcanoes. It included hydrogen sulfide, methane, and 10 to 200 times as much carbon dioxide as today's atmosphere. And here's the superhero part. Through a process called photosynthesis, trees' leaves pull in carbon dioxide and water and use the energy of the sun to convert this into chemical compounds, such as sugars that feed the trees. But as a byproduct of that chemical reaction, oxygen is produced and released by the tree. And that's how our fifth and final elemental species, air, came to exist in our universe. So thank you to all the elemental spirits who worked together and made it possible for us to live on planet Earth. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope this video gave you some more insight about the elemental species in our universe. Check out some of our other videos. The link will be in the description for the first elemental video. There you go, guys. Okay, now let me put you back so that I could see you, see what you're doing, see what you're typing, layout. That's for Mary and I. There we go. Settings. Let me turn my camera around.
Rob. He said, "Wow, I didn't know they had photos far that back that far."
Oh yeah. Oh. Gotta turn this all around now because um we did all crazy stuff with our okay. There we go. There we are. Here we go.
Hi, Kevin.
So that was all about the elementals. So you saw the 5 kinds of elementals. We told you a little about them, and then hi AL, and then how they got here. So basically, they were the divine here who helped create the earth. Okay. Um, many people think they're like pieces of the creator or um energy sent by him, all this stuff. um I don't you know exactly I don't want to step on anybody's beliefs or religions, so I don't really talk about that. I'm just telling you how they came here. um and about them, I actually have a protector who's a wood elemental. Mary has one who's a fire elemental, only because we do a lot of stuff that mixes spiritual in the spiritual realm. So we need that. But if
Yep.
you're not really into, thank you, Kevin. If you're not really into doing stuff in the spiritual realm, then most likely you wouldn't come across them really. But if you do, they're very good. So don't be frightened.
Welcome back,
um,
Tamara.
welcome back, Tamara. Oh, Maria, I'm not doing any channeling today. It's been a rough day for everybody today. What's going on in the world? So, today's my day off from channeling, crossovers, all of that. We're just gonna talk like, just hang out, no channeling, or any of that today. Um, normally, sometimes I do, but
Creators Code
today,
for Aliens.
definitely not.
Sorry.
Today, definitely not.
I'm not going to do any channeling either unless it hits me, but I'm not doing any either.
Yeah, yeah. So, right. I mean, if somebody's desperately talking to you and trying to get a message, of course, if somebody does that, although it's been quiet here today, but I think they understand why. So they don't bother me when there's, that kind of stuff going on. Because then my energy is all crazy anyway. So, is Frank in the room watching that TV? Because it's awful
You what?
loud, man. The TV's awful loud. Is Frank watching it? Did you hear what I said, Mary?
What?
I said that TV's
Sorry.
awful loud. Is Frank watching it?
Oh, yeah, he is. Turn that down, Frank. Is it too loud? Can you hear it really good?
Yeah. I'm hearing the whole show and I'm like, ooh. And I don't know. I don't need to get a strike either because I don't know what's playing or any of that. I'm gonna make a cigarette. Sorry. I turned my fan back on because I turned it off so you wouldn't get the fan noise when we were doing that. Does anybody have any questions about elementals, by the way? And then we'll tell some stories. I was listening to what Frank was watching. Yeah, gotta let the brain.
Sorry, you guys.
I don't mind if Mary channels of Christina's mind. With
I
channeling
know.
and talking in spirits, but yes, I got you.
He wants me to channel over his way, I think. Frank, keep it going. I want to know how it is, Shark. Okay, you're supposed to be paying attention to us. I'm teasing.
Yeah, you should be watching me on the big screen. You have a
Kamara
question
has a
tomorrow?
question.
Yes, about if you have a question about elementals, we're all in. Or anything paranormal, like if you have a question that I don't have to ask the spirits about, we will answer it. Hello, definitely. No. So the zodiac signs, the astrology part really came after, right? So I saw in the second video, I know you were making dinner, but they were formed as the different things in the earth formed, right? So had nothing to do with astrology. As for like somebody asked me one time, like, oh well, do I have this protector? And they did have an element protector because I was born this time, or like
Take care, Rob. Have a good weekend. Happy 4th.
So I'm April. I'm a fire sign. I am a born the year of the dragon. All this stuff, right? I have a wood elemental. I don't have a fire elemental, so it doesn't coincide really with the astrology. So just say. Yeah, no, it has nothing to do with that kind of thing. Because, like I said, I'm a fire sign, but it doesn't really have to do that. The astrology is separate from.
Much love to you too, Rob.
Well, first you have to find out if you have an elemental. So, like I said in the beginning, most people, unless they're really working in the spiritual realm, might have an elemental, or they might have a guardian angel. It depends more of what you believe. So if you're big into the spiritual realm, you might have a guardian angel and not an elemental protector. Just depends on. It just so happens that like I said, it's usually rare. The reason why Mary and I have also is because they're all family with our wolves. So yeah,
we're all
or
we all
guardian
connect because our
elementals
are connected. We have a wolf that is in the same family, and let's just say that's how come we have an elemental.
Yeah, they're all in the same. Yeah,
Not
you
going
can have
into too much detail.
Yes, Maria, you could have a guardian angel, of course. I understand that elementals will respond if humans do something mean. Would that include people in power? Well, if it's going to directly hurt the earth, then yeah, they could respond. Most likely, though, that would be more of a demigod kind of thing, which there are, for you guys, most people call them demigods. We call them deities, So most likely the deity, Mother Earth, Brother Mountain, those kind of things, like in native, which they do exist, these deities, okay? Most likely the deities or the demigods would be the one to wreak havoc on something like that. because like I said, elementals really try not to get involved with humans as much. Take you, leave you. They're really for the earth. They're like earth guardians, you know, is the best way I can describe it, you know. They protect the waters and the animals and the trees and the air and that kind of stuff, you know. So, um, yeah, so most likely if there was going to be something like that, it would definitely be a demigod who would come down with that kind of thing. If it's going to affect, and here it is, if it's going to affect the earth in not us per se, because we were given by the universe freedom to do what we wanted. So, you know, unless we're gonna screw up the earth so bad that you know you can't get it back, kind of thing. Um, they really don't. Divine intervention doesn't happen as much as you think, right? They're not gonna come and be like, "Yo, hey, you're messing with these people's health care," because money and all that stuff is not doesn't exist in that plane. They couldn't care less if there was money, you know. Um, it's a little different because I know what you're saying, and I would love it to happen. I mean, we could ask for like somebody to go haunt him, maybe, but we could try any old way. We could definitely try, and that's what I'm gonna say about that. They call me a mink. I can believe it. Oh, you're welcome, sweetheart. Anytime. Would dark matter be considered an element? No. It's a byproduct of what was already made, if that makes sense. So, like, okay, there was fire, there's water, there's air, there's wood, there's air, you know, and earth, right? All of that stuff together made byproducts like, you know, pollution, black matter, all sorts of different things, right? It's a byproduct of everything else, but not. They're an actual species element, like angels. Okay, think of them as above angel. So it's like God, the elementals, and an angel. That's you know, that's like the order. Let's say they're like that. So black matter is not one of them. So I think that's where people get confused. They're not elements like metal and all this stuff. They're not elements. They're elemental. Like they're a species of the divine of their own, and there's 5 different of theirs. That makes sense. Did I explain that right?
Did you? You're doing fine.
Yeah.
Did you ask me you're doing it right? You're doing fine.
But has energy. Yeah, a lot of things have energy that are not actual living, like plants. They have energy. They're living, breathing, but they're not like they're not a human, you know. They're not a they can't how do you say it, Mary? Mary knows.
About dark matter, you mean?
No, I'm saying things that have energy. What's the difference between things that have energy and like plants and black matter, let's say, and stars and angels and us and what's the difference? There's a word for it. I'm just missing it today.
What do you call that?
What's the difference? Yeah. There's something, there's a saying for it. I know there is.
Ethereal, I'm not saying
There
it
you
right.
go. Maybe something like that. It's like they're like, yes, you're right. It's those kind of
I'm not
beings.
saying it right. I don't think, but
I know what you mean.
you know what I'm saying. They're above. They're
It's
above.
a living
Yeah.
thing which would make them entities.
There
Right.
you go.
It,
Chimera put it in there.
entities, yes, they're entities, but elementals were never technically alive in the sense like we are, or plants. That's what I'm trying to say. You got right? They were never living beings. They were always in
Hi,
spirit.
Boomer.
They were always in spirit, just like angels were always in spirit. Um, they were always in spirit. Elementals, angels, deities, always in spirit. They were never living beings per se. You know, there's beings that were living and beings that were never living but are still beings. So now you get. Is that how we talking about it? Yeah, I think that's how you say it. But wouldn't that then mean they are ancient entities? We don't understand that. Well,
But wouldn't that mean they're ancient entity? We just do not understand them.
well, technically they're ancient, yes, because they were here before the earth. The first elemental was here before as the earth was forming, right? So yeah, okay. But other things were formed even though we weren't. So
Boomer said good enough. Yeah, I agree. I mean,
it was close.
There's always so much you can explain about because just because we got one doesn't mean we can explain a whole lot about them. Don't mean we know them inside and out.
Yeah, we do. But there's something like they don't like.
Hi, Kathy.
They don't like being in the spotlight. Hi, Kathy. They don't like being in the spotlight. They don't like, I guess, people knowing about them so much because they don't want, like, they're not like angels where you can call on them and they're going to come. You know,
Right. They're very, yeah.
They're to themselves. They're protectors. They're protectors of the earth, but not of the people. That's the best way I could describe them. They are ancient because they were here, like I said, before the angels, billions of years.
Did you say they're not protectors of people, but they are if they're assigned to somebody?
No, they're not assigned. They pick you. There's a total difference. There's
Right.
nobody tells them what to do. They're not assigned. If
Well,
they
you know
like
what I
you,
mean.
they'll help
Well,
you.
I said that
Okay,
wrong. Assigned.
so
I
right,
didn't mean assigned. They decide
right,
whether they want to take
but
somebody or not.
but they have to decide it, and they don't do it normally.
Right. Like Jacoby is mine, and he chose to be with me.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what it was. He chose. People are made up of elements because we're made up of the earth. But like I said, they couldn't care less what the hell we're doing. It doesn't affect them. The earth is what affects them. We're made up of the elements of the earth, which they are what made the elements of the earth, but they're not elements, they're beings. No, it's not the tooth fairy. But we are made up of all the elements, but we're made up of what God intended us to be made up of, I should say. What the creator, what the universe, whatever you believe in. But we're made up of the planet we live in. And therefore the planet, not for us per se. I guess that's why they made angels.
Well, the energy.
The elementals are for the planet, not as much as for the people. Certain angels are more for the people. That's why they were made. um, why they can't judge people. Angels are not allowed to judge, or any of that. The angels were made for the people. The elementals were made for the earth. Like they were made to protect the earth, but not so much the beings on it. The earth in general. Yes, right, Mary? Did I say that right?
Yes, and the difference between
Ah,
their
thank you,
energy.
Kathy.
She wanted to know that the energy, if they have energy and we have energy, why are they? Why? Let me read that.
I will figure them out. I can probably.
Kamara wanted to know, but why wouldn't that mean they're an ancient entity? We just do not understand them. And if if energy connects us, why is our energy considered living but not theirs? It's their. It's. I explained that they're on a different plane than we are. I mean, it's like, um, I think it connects in a certain way, but I think as far as living energy goes, well, we're living energy, and they are ancient energy. I don't know how to put that, but
No.
I
Okay, so
mean,
here it is. It's different because let's take out the word living how we know it.
right.
Existing in
So I'm trying to figure
body,
out.
existing in body on this earth, like in a body, they never had bodies. They were always spirit, soul only. So let's take out what we know about living, right? So we are living in housing, basically. When our housing dies, we'll be on the same plane they are. They'll be more inclined to deal with us because we'll be a little more, probably not as much though, unless we're doing something bad. But you know, they never had housing bodies. Like angels never had bodies. But so when we say living, like we're talking about
Right,
being in a housing on earth, none of them ever were that.
right. What I was trying to say, exactly how Boomer said it, is they're not a living. Uh, um, yeah, they're not alive like we are, as in per se. They are like you said, they're. That's how
Yeah.
come we can't. That's the difference.
Yeah. I mean, I could probably tell you more tea on a little more messenger if they let me. But yeah, I had to go when I did those videos and I had to like ask them, like, okay, what can we put out there? What can't we? Because, that's the kind of thing it is. It's a hush hush, but people know they exist. And it annoys me when they get it wrong, which is why I did these videos, just so people were aware they're good. They're not bad. They're not coming after you. They have nothing to do with you unless that you somehow got into their good graces and one of them is going to take you under their wing. So like, but usually they don't interact with people. They're not people. They're not a people spirit. Heavenly, lacking material substance. There you go, lacking. Yeah, good, good, Boomer.
Well, how are they gonna put this? We talk to our elementals because they chose us to be around us, or to be there for us, to be our guide.
Hi, Kathy,
We don't
love.
know. We don't pick our guides. They pick us.
Yeah,
That's everybody. Um, so it's just the way it is. So we don't understand it. We're not gonna understand it, and we're just gonna have to go flow with it. And I'm totally happy with mine, and I'm sure that Christina is too. but
And
not
yeah, and
everybody
you know
has
what?
one. Just
And
because
that's
you have
why
a
I get so mad because I love my, I call him the tree god. He likes it.
yeah,
Um, I I um and because I do all the crossovers and help with I saw your messenger AL. Um, but because I help with the spirits, so I do crossovers, I cross in the spirit realm and I try to help the spirits. Um, that's why I, I guess he came and was like, "Oh, I gotta help this protect." Not so much me, even more. He protects the spirits that I'm crossing and stuff, so that nothing comes like bad entities come in. Uh, of course, he would protect me too, um, but it starts off as well. Hey, I gotta keep. He's crossing all these spirits. I have spirits here all the time, especially children, and so he keeps the like
okay,
um
fancy.
what do you
Here,
call them, like vampire spirits. I'm gonna call them vampire spirits, but the sucking the soul spirits away from like what's going on so you can cross people safely and all this stuff. And so when people say there's five elementals and they leave out the wood elemental and say, oh, it's spirit, no, they are spirit. What the hell are you talking about? I get mad, guys. Mad. It's my pet peeve. And every time somebody's talking about it, and like you guys are fight in the chat about the political stuff. Man, if I go into a chat and they're talking about a spirit, I go, no, motherfuckers. I get mad. I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about. And I start typing up a storm. I've gotten blocked in a lot of those different kind of chats because I'm not gonna tell them how it is. There's no freaking spirit element. Okay.
well, what I was going to say is that it's like people have elements that like they come underneath their fire sign or they come underneath water sign or whatever. Yes, there's that, but that's different than an elemental.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It
Well,
is.
right.
It
Well, that's what I
is
was saying. That's the astrology part of it.
right.
And astrology, when they were formed,
Well, I
wasn't
just
even
want
part
them
of
to
it.
be sure that they got that there was a difference in it
Yeah,
because
like an
somebody said something
energy
about it in
vampire.
the chat
Yeah, something
earlier.
like that. Their spirits, evil spirits, bad spirits, will suck the energy out of the good spirits, and then
Yeah.
they wouldn't exist. Because not that their energy wouldn't exist, it would be part of their energy, and so you wouldn't exist as yourself anymore. And so that's why when people like tell me, well, what would be the point of crossing over? I'm like, you don't want that shit to happen to you. So you want to be able to cross and then you can come back. You come back. Um, you have 72 hours before you have to go back and energize and come back again, check in, whatever. Um, and you do that so things like that, like energy suckers and stuff, won't find you because there's bad, just like they're bad when they're living. Imagine without their bodies, some of these people. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So that's why. That's why I have this particular protector to protect against those things while I'm doing crossovers, so none of those kind of things can harm the children that we have here or any of that. Yeah. Well, those kinds of things, those Robert, those are also they were never, as Boomer put it, of material substance. And there's a lot of spirits that were never of material substance, right? Um, most of them divine, some of them not so divine, some of them bad, because with all the good, there's always bad guys. So you'll always get, the, with all the divine, you'll get the bad ones too. And it's not only like demons, because demons are okay, fancy. Because demons have a job. Like, people don't understand that. They're always like, oh, it's a demon. No, I mean, spirits can pretend they're demons to scare the poop out of you, really bad ones. So they might tell you they are, you know. But demons answer to one head demon, okay? And this lady gives them jobs. You are not on their radar. We're just not. I mean, the jobs that they have are mostly for these ones that are not material. That's who they're going after. Wraiths and all this other stuff, right? That are not of material, that are messing in the spirit realms. That's what their jobs are. However, if you call one, you summon one, or you do something really crazy to bother their job, like interfere in their job that they have to do, that's the only time you're going to run across them. Other than that, you're running into really bad spirits, and like twisted humans. So a twisted human is probably worse than a demon if you come across it. Twisted humans are humans that didn't cross, didn't want to, have been here for hundreds and hundreds of years, that they're so they lost their humanity, and now they're just like nuts, okay? And so, like, they don't understand, and they'll attack you, come after you, and they're worse than anything because they have nothing. There's nothing human about them. They also don't have any thought, rational thought, unlike, like, even though the other things that are not of material or never were, like race or things like that, they have rational thought. They have things they do. This is what we do, and so twisted humans don't. So it's really even worse than that, Jen. So they're the worst kind of thing to come across. And it will be like you came across a demon. You would think it if you came across one of these things. So those are the worst of the worst of the worst. And all the rest are like, unless you and vengeful spirits. I came across a vengeful spirit. He was like on the verge of being twisted, and he just was pissed at the world, and he just came and started scratching me, and oh my god, it was horrific. Anyway, like, so yeah, those are worse because you can come across them easier than these other things that they have their own plans and what they do, and they're not really interacting with you. So yeah. So that's that. That's the worst of the worst, I think. What do you think, Mary? Agree? The twisted humans, the worst of the worst, and especially because you can come across them.
Well, did you read what Skinner put, or can you see what she put in chat?
Um, it's that the concept behind the nothingness in the never-ending story, that the darkness feeds off the light. Well, kind of. It's
Yeah,
a
yin and
balance.
yang.
It's yin and yang. That's right, Mary. Everything has to have balance. So it's not that it's feeding off of it, it's a balance. When the balance is broken, then you have things like spiritual wars and all sorts of other stuff going on because the balance is broken. But it's a balance. There's always the light with the dark, and the dark.
It's a balance of good and evil.
Yeah, basically.
Light, dark, you know. we're
Yeah.
considered light workers. Me and Christina are, and the ones that are like us are considered light workers.
Mm.
And then you have the dark side, which is the people who are, like she
I'm
said, the
you
evil
see
ones.
this
These
crazy.
people,
The sky is
serial
such
killers, like that.
the sky is such a pretty crazy color. I don't know if you could see it. Let's see. Can I change the thing around? Camera.
I
Just because
think that there is people on this earth walking it that is nothing but pure evil. And I think that they live
you
off of
really
it,
can't.
feed off of it, and feed off the dark. Well, we
Yeah,
feed off the light.
you really can't tell in the camera, but it's so pink. There's such a pink, like I looked out the window. I'm like, why is everything pink? But it's such a like pink, hazy. You can't see like kind of
It's
sunsetty
because
kind of thing.
the sun's over the clouds, and clouds is under the sun, and it's beeping
Yeah.
off the clouds, and it's causing it to get a pink hue.
Yeah, so
Color.
everything's pink right now, so it's kind of crazy. Anyway, I thought I'd
That's
show you.
why
Oh, here
Venus is
I was telling someone
balance,
about
both darkness and
my
a light,
fairy garden.
frothy top,
And
perfect in glass. Sorry.
yeah, I was telling somebody. Oh, I don't think she's in the chat though. I think I was telling Dolls Dolly
Yeah,
about my my fairy garden. See, I believe highly in the Fae folk. They have their own little spot all here in my garden. Made the whole thing for them. They have here, and that's their spot. And here's all my plants. Look how big everything. Look at the lettuce. Holy
they're
cow!
growing, aren't they?
Well, it's been raining. Oh, look at the peppers.
Well, it ain't done nothing but rain here. What are you talking about? It rains every other day here, every other night.
The
It ain't been
tomatoes
nothing but
are
rain
starting to
all
get
spring
red.
long and beginning of summer.
I don't know.
It's
We
too
do have
much
some.
rain.
We have some green beans too down here. See them? Yes. Hi,
Oh, yeah,
Kelly.
you got. They're moving right along, aren't they?
Oh yeah, look at this one. This one that jumped out. I gotta put a stick
Well,
or
it's
something.
going towards the morning sun. Am I
Yeah.
right? Is it the sun facing that way? Yeah. So it's made it grow crooked. Yeah, there you go.
We'll
Turn it.
turn it around so
That'll
it'll
help
grow back.
balance it back
Look at
up.
these peppers. They're gonna be good. Yeah. Anyway, these are the watermelon. They started to grow out of the pot. But anyway, yeah. So we'll see how everything
Yeah, they
goes.
vine out. Watermelon vine, and so does squash.
Look at these guys. How pink they got. I love this thing. It's like some kind of carpet. And I got it 2 years ago from, or maybe 3 now, from Home Depot. This is the best thing ever. Hen and chicks. And I leave it out here all year. It comes back every year, makes flowers. It's just so pretty. Anyway, yeah. So that's the garden.
My mom
Yeah.
liked the hens and chicks. You can take them and they make these. They make planters just for them. Like
Because they
it
said I
has
could.
these spots on the side of these planters, and
Oh,
you can plant them all down the side of them, and on the top, and all that.
it said that you could plant watermelon in buckets because I have the groundhogs over here, so I can't plant anything in the ground.
Right.
I have to plant them in the pots. I did do the pumpkins and stuff last year, but they just ate the squash right from the inside. So
Yeah, they
like
do.
I
They
thought
do.
I had a squash, and when I opened it up, there was nothing in it. It was really bad. The pumpkins did okay, but I didn't plant them this year. So you know what? Let's try other things because
Some of it
so I
you
have
can't go
cucumbers
by.
in the back and more tomatoes. Yeah.
You ever heard that saying when a woman has her monthly that she can't go in the cucumber patch because it'll kill the cucumber? It would kill
Really?
their plants.
Well, I don't have to worry about that because I'm
And
past that.
squash, I believe squash is on that too.
Oh
Well,
well, I'm past
You
that
know,
time.
I
I'm old
you
for
know,
that shit now.
and I'm gonna tell you, my mom, she would not go in there if she was on hers.
Really?
She said because she's taking a chance on killing the plants. I don't know. I don't know if it's really is like that or not. I have never tried it, but
An old wise tale like they used to tell everybody.
it may be an old wise tale and it may be an old witch tale. I don't know.
Yeah.
But my mom used to have several things. Very superstitious. Very, very superstitious. I mean, this woman would not go underneath the ladder. She would back up. She got it was so bad that she had me doing it. I have literally turned around on a highway and went around a black cat crossing in front of me. I stopped in the middle of this highway, backed up the side of it, and turned on a dirt road, gravel road rather, and went down the gravel road and went around this black cat.
Mary, you know that a black cat walking in front of you doesn't give you the bad luck, it's warning you about bad luck.
Well, I wouldn't take no chances.
Well, I'm just saying it's the same as,
I mean, she
walking
literally
under
would
a
not
ladder
cross her
kind of-
path. She said if you cross her path, that's when you get the bad luck.
If you cross their path, if they're crossing by you, if they're crossing in front of you, they're warning you that something's gonna happen. Not that
Well,
they're gonna make it happen.
we never
Maybe
had nothing
Step
happen.
over them,
Really.
then they're gonna hex you or something. But
I've always heard
warning
if they come to you, if you're someplace and they come to your house or walk up to you, it's good luck, and that it's bringing you good luck, and that they're accepting you.
I never believed that the cat crossing you. I mean, otherwise I'd probably be dead already. How many black cats crossed by me?
I've never crossed one, so I don't know. I don't cross them if I can help it.
But well, they crossed
I mean,
me.
she's literally got me doing it. She didn't. There was other things too. There was. I don't know. There were so many that she went.
Oh yeah,
through.
well, my mother had all those crazy things too, and she loved old sayings, so we knew all of them, And she's like, no, they hold true because they're old sayings. They're true. I was like, yeah, okay. But she loved the old sayings and those. I
have found that some of them that they said is true is true. I mean,
well, the old sayings, like
they come from somewhere.
Not the smartest stick in the bush or whatever. Like those kind of old sayings, okay, because they're sayings and they mean something, fine. But the other thing,
Jen, I don't think it means that.
My father always used to say, "That's old wives' tales." I trip over my cat.
My mom would say that too.
You better
my
adopt
mom
that
said
cat
she
out.
learned it.
That's bringing you the bad luck. No, I'm kidding. Not the cat bringing you the bad luck.
Well, my dad would shake his head at her. He just face plant. He let it go. But mom, she did. She was all
Yeah.
Superstitious one. So
I don't know, but I might believe the plant thing because
I think it comes from the witch side. I do.
So, because of your cycle and stuff. So I might be able to go with that, and I'm gonna say that's why I always had a black thumb, because I didn't know that, and I was always near the plants during that time of the month. Now that I don't have it, my plants have been grown great, so that might be one that wasn't a wives' tale. I don't know.
Well, those of you who own black cats, I think it's a blessing. I think that they choose you. You don't choose them. They choose you. I don't care if you had them. I don't care if they were born in your house. They still going to choose you.
Mm-hmm.
You don't choose them because they can always run away. And there's always a way to get away. So.
Oh yeah, I found the black cat in the street. and I tried to take care of it for as long as I can. But that cat wanted to be free. But the reason why it was so tiny, and the reason why I didn't want it where I found it, it was running in and out of the highway
Right.
in Long Island. And I was like, you can't be on the highway. And once it got to the road, I snatched it up and brought it home, thinking this cat's gonna get smashed on the
Right.
highway. I can't live with that, you know. But then finally, when it got a little older, it escaped out the window, and I saw it. It was living with the community of cats at the end of my complex. And then I'm like, well, you're older now, and at least I should hope you know better not to fucking stand and run in traffic, you know. But
I don't think tripping over your cat's gonna get you in trouble. Except maybe a
uh,
broken nose, something, a broken arm or something. Gotta quit tripping over your cat.
yeah. So I want to tell. I know I told Mary this story, but I didn't tell you guys. So I'm gonna tell some of you guys. I am gonna make it a Sinister Sunday for next week too. Um, but so I wanted to tell you what was you called it the Reaper. I called mine a nightmare because it was a nightmare. Uh that cat was a nightmare. Um, but like I said, it found its way to its where it belongs. So we weren't upset, but yeah. Um, so my daughter, that's right, Jen. Um, so my mother, for anybody who doesn't know in the chat, my mother passed away in 2012 of cancer. My um my father passed away even before that. When was my daughter born? Um,
She thought it too.
1998. So my father died in 1998, a few days before my daughter was born. My daughter always had something too, but she doesn't want to admit it. When she was a baby, um, she used to talk to somebody over her crib, right? And I just thought it was babbling baby. She's happy. Look, she wakes up and she's talking to the air. Good. Okay, good. When I when she was older, like 2 years old, I was going through the family photo album and I was showing her photos. And she's like, there. And it was my father. Well, now, like I said, my father died 2 days before she was born. We never talked about him like in front of her. Like she never seen him, right? Although she did, because she said to me, him. I go, well, that's grandpa. He died before you were born. She's like, no. She goes, he sings over my crib. And I'm like, what? She goes, yeah, he would sing over my crib. And I was like, oh, okay. you know. And so I was like, oh, my father's visiting her. How sweet. It would have been his first grandchild from when he married my mother, because he had kids prior to marrying my mother. But so it would have been But so yeah, so from a baby she could see things and stuff. Now she was very, very, very close to my mother, my daughter. So my mother passed away in 2012. She was only like 12 or 13, maybe 14. And so, my kids called my mother Nana. 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 So my daughter now lives in Indiana, and they don't call them nanas. So he calls, my grandson now calls his grandmother, the father's mother. They call him Pop Pop and something else. I forget what they call the grandmother now, but they don't call them nanas. Anyway, so the baby was talking to somebody the other day in his room. And so my daughter goes in there, baby. He's going to be 3 now in August. My daughter goes in there and she's watching him. And she's like, what's he doing? and he's just like talking to somebody. He should be sleeping. He's talking to someone, and then he lays down, and you could tell that he's rubbing someone. He was rubbing somebody that wasn't there, you know? He was touching somebody. And she's like, how weird. And he said, Nana, my daughter almost had a heart attack, you know, because she's like, what? You know. Hey, Soul Stitches. Hi, Dorothy.
Hi, Soul Stitches.
So she's like, what? So she kind of got flipped out. So she told her husband, what does he call you? He doesn't call your mother Nana. Does he call anybody Nana? It's like, no. She's like, who do you think he's talking to? So my daughter and the husband got out pictures of all the grandmas and stuff that passed away. And he showed the baby his great aunt who passed and his great grandmother. And the baby just looked at the picture, okay, whatever. And then my daughter showed him a picture of my mother. And he's like, Nana! And he starts rubbing the picture like he was rubbing the whatever person was, you know, sitting next to him. And my daughter was like, do you think seeing, you know, Nana? And I'm like, I wouldn't doubt that she would go visit him. So now my daughter is kind of a little flipped out because she's like, well, you know, I told you she doesn't like the ghost stuff. And now here her kid is talking to ghosts. And she's like, but what if it's not Nana and it's someone pretending? I go, no, come on now. You know. I had our, you know, Mabella go check anyway. But no, it's my mother. And was so like, it's amazing, really. I don't know. I think it's amazing. So let's see what we got. I think we had a question. It won't be a problem, Robert, because I've got dual citizenship. Oh, good. Only my beard turns auburn, and yes, I have a leprechaun hat. Shire. Yeah, so that's what's been going on over there at. My grandma died a year before my son was born, and I think she is our protector and his guardian angel. I think she saved him and all of us lots of times since then. I don't doubt it, Jen. Oh, there you go, Scott. Yeah, they'll do that.
Sure, aren't you very tall? You're like 6'4" or something, right?
Can't be a leprechaun if you're 6'4".
Leprechaun hat.
Maybe he shrinks.
I want a picture of that.
He
I
shrinks.
don't know how you're going to get it to me, but I want a picture of that.
He shrinks when he gets into the fairy realm. My granddaughter did that with a picture of my uncle, but she called him what kids called it. See? Yeah. They see them. And I told my daughter.
My son at 3 years old, well, see, he was closer to 4, but he was like 3.5. My mom had passed away, and we had like a shotgun house with straight down, you know. So I'm back in the back of the house in the kitchen, and he's in the living room, and he's playing, and I hear him talking, and I'm thinking, who is he talking to? He was just talking up a storm, and I didn't think anybody come through the door, you know, or he opened the door pretty quick because I had it locked. So I went in and asked him, I said, who are you talking to? He said, I'm talking to Grandma. I said, where's Grandma at? He said, sitting on top of the TV. I said, she is. He said, yeah, she's watching her show with me. I said she is, and the show that was on was the soap opera that she watched. I mean, we didn't miss that soap opera. I mean, while my mom was sick, we didn't miss it. She said she had to stay alive to find the ending of see the ending of some kind of part they were doing in this soap opera. Anyway, he says we're watching the show together, but she said she had to go and that she would come back to see me. I said she did. He said yeah. He said that she said she loved me and something else. He said. I don't remember what he said after that, but it
Yep.
just so I know that he's seen since then, but he won't admit it. He doesn't want. I don't
Yeah.
think he wants anything to do with it. And my
Well,
youngest
that's what
son
it is.
has seen too, but not his family.
Yeah. But I think that's what it is. Like my daughter doesn't want anything to do with it. She's like, I'm busy. I can't be having this shit go on. She has the kid. Well, she thought she had lupus, but
All right.
now she's not sure what she has because of the doctor. I don't know if you heard the live stream yesterday, what happened. But anyway, so she's not even sure what the hell is going on with her. And she's like, I don't have time to talk to these. And they're moving shit. And she gets so mad. uh, but yeah, my son sees them too. Like my son was coming home from work. He looked up at the window, up on the top of the window. My sister lives on our corner, and she lives up uh, on the second floor, and there's a balcony, and there's sliding doors to the balcony. And he looked up, and somebody from inside the house waved to him from the balcony, and so he waved back, thinking it was her. Started walking, didn't think anything of it. Gets to the backyard, and my sister and my aunt are in the backyard, and he goes, "Oh, Steph, who's in your house?" They waved to me. And she's like, "Nobody's in my house." It's like somebody's in the house that just waved to me. She's like, "You're crazy like your mother." And he's like, "Can you believe she said that to me?" I'm like, "Excuse me, I'm not fucking crazy, okay? First of all. Second of all. Um, obviously there's somebody in her house, whether it be a living or a deceased person, Um, but yeah, so he sees them. Oh no, that sounds terrible, Shire.
It's pretty much that way in Indiana, Shire.
Oh, well, you're not gonna have frostbite and sunburn in the same day. But yeah, you do have some crazy weather. Yeah.
A bluebird, no.
A bluebird? What about a bluebird?
Oh. I was saying, I said Shire. I said it's the same way in Indiana.
Yeah.
Frostbite, sunburn, trench coat all, our trench foot all on the same day. Oh,
Yeah.
you can do that here.
Does someone here love bluebirds? Well, I love all kinds of birds. I have a lot of red jays here. Spirit red those red birds. What are they called? Cardinals. I have two spirit cardinals here. But I don't know that I have any bluebirds.
No,
But I do got birdies here. I have two. I think there was two parrots. I don't know if they crossed over or if they stayed. I haven't seen them, so they probably crossed over. But I cross over animals too. They don't cross sometimes, just like people don't, and they need to cross, and then they come here. Or sometimes they stay. We have the little rock guy. Uh, we have the birds. An octopus. Um,
hi Sammy.
two cats. 3 or 4 dogs now. Um, there was an eagle, but he wanted to go to the grove. Yeah, like we have a whole bunch of things here. So I don't only have spirit peeps here. I have spirit animals too that are not per se my spirit guide animals. They just hang out here with kids mostly to play with them. Yep. Oh, there's crows, definitely. Hi, Sammy. Yeah, so do have a lot of things going on. But yeah. So that was all about kind of got a little off the subject of elementals, but we stayed on the subject of paranormal. um, but yeah. Anything crazy happening new over there? Did you have any new paranormal stuff going on, Mary?
Um,
Like I said, not here so much because of the same old stuff here, all the time. Well, it's for you guys, it would be like hello
you
crazy.
know
For
I
me, it's
do.
normal. Um, for me, it's
That's why you're
normal.
asking.
No, I meant an experience.
I said you know I do. That's why you're asking me. Um, yes,
Uh-huh.
I've had some visitors. I
Where did you find
haven't
your
asked
information?
who they are. What?
1 second. James, so a lot of it came from the elementals themselves. It was way easier to find information on the online about, of course, how the Earth was formed. That video that I did about how the Earth was formed is actually, you can look. That's exactly how the Earth was formed. But the elementals told me where their parts came in and how they played into that. But that's exactly, if you look it up, how the Earth was formed, and that's how. Now the information about them in general you can actually find online. It's hard to find the wood one because, like I said, the fifth elemental is always up in the air. But all the ones about the fire, water, and there's plenty of info out there. How I know how I knew what the right info was because I knew about them already. So, but I looked, and a lot of that stuff did come from online, just to find it. Um, yeah, it was a. Hi, Annie. Okay, so here's the thing, Annie. It's like anything else. You have to protect yourself. You have to know how to use it. You have to know how to close the door. Once you open a door to the paranormal, no matter what it is, using a Ouija board, a pendulum, a prayer, once you open that door, if you don't close it properly, it is going to be bad for you. So technically, it has nothing to do per se only with the Ouija board. But the Ouija board, the most people have access to. It's easy to open a door using a Ouija board, but it's super hard to close it.
I've been saying that's
And
why I won't mess with it.
that's why they say really don't mess with it, because unless you know what the hell you're doing, it could be a problem. But
You
it's
need
like
to be
any,
extremely. You need to
not
be
the
extremely.
board itself that's bad, it's not knowing how to use the device you have.
You
That's
need to
all it
be extremely comfortable with using it,
is.
and you
Yeah.
need to be extremely good at closing
Yes, that's
because
what
it like she said, it's very very hard to close one.
it's hard to
I
close
won't
a
mess with
portal
them.
when
I
you
could
open
close
it.
them.
Once you open it. Oh yeah.
I could close them, but it takes too much energy and too much effort when I can use something
Thank
else.
you, Sheila, for
I
coming
use
in.
myself. I don't need to use the Ouija
Sheila.
board.
I caught myself. Sheila, thank you so much for coming in and hanging out. I hope you come again. Wednesday I read cards. If you like a card reading, please come Wednesday. Usually it's around 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And Saturday usually we do something else fun too. So if you're not busy, come by Saturday around the same time. Unless I go and find something fun to do, it'll be earlier. Have notifications on. Okay, sorry, Mary. Go ahead now.
Sorry, you're fine.
Seamus, Seamus. Shire, I can believe it because
Hi, Joe.
they used to say that about the Fae folk. I don't know necessarily if that's what it was, but the Fae would get very mad about people like cutting down forests and stuff. So they would be mischievous back in the day, especially. Not as much now. But it's also there's more people now, so they hide better, you know. Hi Joe, I hope you're well. I'm sorry, Mary. You were gonna tell your story and I'm gonna shut up. Your new paranormal experience.
All I said was hi, Joe.
I know, but you're gonna tell your experience, so I'm gonna shut up, I said.
My experience, I already told you. I already said it.
No, I interrupted.
Well, I was just telling them that I have used the Ouija board before, but it's very extremely hard to close them.
Oh no, I'm saying that I had asked you before, oh, did you have anything new, a new paranormal story? And you said, yeah, okay, you already
Oh
know.
yeah.
And you were gonna tell it, but I interrupted you. So that's what I want you to tell, and I'm gonna shut up.
Okay. Yes, I have some new activity around here. I don't know who it is. Haven't asked. Haven't used the energy to ask. They seem to be friendly. I've seen them walk in the hallway. I've seen them in the dining room. So I don't know. I don't know who they are, but it's when you're like us, you're going to have activity. I think they come and Jacoby takes them to the Grove, or he takes them to Christina, one or the other. I could do crossovers. I have done them, but they take a lot of energy, and I don't have a lot to spare. So this is why I don't. Um, but they come and go here. Like they are not gonna. My elementals are not gonna let uh, anybody come in here who's bad. How many? I don't know, 3 or 4.
Yeah, and I knew right away there was some other things going on because you don't normally hear Kip talk. He was talking to someone, didn't
Yeah,
realize he was talking to someone. Obviously, this someone was a new someone because they were standing close to you, which normally the ones that you have there are away from you. You know, they're not on top of you. You know,
they're away
um,
from me.
yeah. That's how I knew he was talking to someone, and he was talking to someone new.
They're like a 10-foot radius around me. They can't come. My spirit guides won't let them cross that.
Depending on who it is, your mother can sit on your fucking lap if she wants to. Trust me, because Jacoby ain't stopping.
What?
I'm just
What?
saying. I said your mother can come sit on your lap if she wanted to. Jacoby's not gonna stop her.
Oh yeah. I'm not
Okay.
talking about that. I'm talking about
No, I
spirits
know.
that I
I'm just
don't
saying.
know.
I'm just saying.
My family
like,
can come and get as close as they want. Well, yeah,
yeah,
except for you know.
Yeah, we have some family we don't let over here either. Well, not really my family, my grandmother's, but yeah,
Well, Kim, as long as they're nice, he likes them.
yeah,
As long as they behave right. If they don't behave right, believe me, he gets his feathers ruffled. He will throw them out. He's like his grandfather on that.
yeah.
And he has threw a couple out, let me tell you.
Good night, Scott.
Nice, Scott.
Yep. Like I had said to cause I was like, oh, Danny, a lot of them said they came from your house. Like, why don't they just go through the grove? And Danny's like, if they're a little shady, they can't go through the grove. And I'm like, oh, so they're sending all the shady ones to me? Thanks.
Apparently
It's
so.
fine. I don't care. I cross anybody. I don't care. It's not, when you get up there, they're gonna judge you. It has nothing to do with me. As long as you behave yourself here, I don't care. But yeah. But
Well,
so
I think it was
a
because of where
lot
I was
more
living.
come to me than you guys think because they can't go through the grove. So I mean, it's funny because who was it? It was Dolls Dolly the other day. Like I, I told her spirit guide's name, and then I was like, "Oh my God, that's your spirit guide!" And she's like, "Okay, yeah, you just told me the name," and I'm like, "Yeah, but like sometimes spirits will come here, and I'm like, they'll say this person brought me, and I'm like, do I know that person? And they'll be like, oh yeah, it's one of the guides, and I'm like, but whose guide? I don't know, like I don't know that name. And then little by little, I realized, well, I'm always in Jen's and Eddie's on Sundays, right? I'm talking to everybody in the chat. They put on the spirit box and stuff. I always say I cross over if anybody needs it. The spirit guides of the people in the chat hear this and go, oh shit, yeah, bring them there. You know? So sometimes when they say the spirit guide's name, I don't know that spirit guide. I wonder how they know me. But then, like little by little, as I talk to more people and I get to know their guides, I'm like, oh shit, it's your guide who brought these people. Like it always surprises me still to this day. But you know, hi, K Dog, are you feeling well? Oh, let's see. Hi, everyone. I'm in England now at a hospital till Saturday night, and then I'm being flown to New York. Oh, because Sarah said she was on her way to New York. And then you're gonna go home. K Dog, we're praying for you. Yeah, Sarah came into Boomers, and I'm so happy to just tell us because we were able to get some prayers out for you. So
Blessings to you, K Dog. Put you in
yeah,
prayer list.
oh yeah.
Right, Kim?
Yes, Kim. Yeah. They're gonna keep you there for 7 days in New England or in New York? Oh, 7 days in New York. When are they letting you go from England? Yeah, prayers for K Dog. When he was in Iran in the Peace Corps, he had some kind of seizure, I believe that Sarah said. So they had to uh, send him back. So let's hope he gets better soon. Prayers for him. I had a stroke. Oh my gosh, it's minor. I fell, had multiple seizures. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Mm.
Oh, I'm sorry. Not Iran. You're right. I
Sorry
apologize.
to hear that, K Dog. Having seizures alone is rough, much less having more than one.
Yeah. Israel. Yes. I'm sorry, Kelly. I was listening to the not the news because I don't watch the news, but I was listening to some independent media channels, and they were talking about Iran, and that's why I had it on my head. I'm sorry, Israel. You're right. So you know,
Wait for your test results, Maria.
this Saturday I fly back to New York. Okay. You know what though, Maria? I think that um, it's just the energy in the world that is making everybody very sad. So I think you have to, even to get your energy back, I think you have to balance your chakras. I would look into just balancing your chakras, and I think that you'll feel better. I really do. Eh, it made me laugh. Could you imagine? I know. Sorry, Kelly. Uh, so, yeah, I would look into that. Chakras, guys, it's very important, especially during this time when I say the energy of the world is crazy, not only our own, to balance your chakras. And I know people are like, oh, is that like, is that even a thing? Believe it or not, and chakras are not a supernatural thing, or it's not something made up by, spiritual people. It's an actual thing. Like they have done um, scientific things on the sensors that we would call our chakras. Okay. And it's very important for them to be balanced. So I recommend it to everybody to, especially when their energy levels are low or when they're like feeling negative or sad, that you go and balance your chakras. Uh, and I think it will help, you know. Oh, meditation, sure. A lot of people can't meditate though, but things like taking teas to clear the different chakras, or different crystals to put on to wear on that certain chakra might help you if you're not a big meditation person. Well, it may be a false positive. You have to stay positive. Sarah is staying somewhere in New York, shopping with her daughter. You know what? You have to tell Sarah to like message me. My Facebook and everything is in my description, K Dog, because I'm in New York. I'm gonna have to find them and have coffee with them. You know. Yes, prayers. Thank you, Kim.
Maria, I think you're gonna be fine. It's not something that's gonna take your life or anything like that. I think um, so. Don't worry about that. And I think the more stress you put on yourself, the worse it will be. If it's active, if it's not active, then don't worry about it.
Are you eating chips? You're making me jealous.
Yes, I am. Sorry.
Here Mary is eating chips, guys, making us all jealous.
I'll quit. I'm sorry.
I
In a minute.
messaged her and she wanted to shop with her daughter. First to make my bank cry. Okay, dog. um, well, and there's meditation for that too, I would look it up. The
Maria,
best, the best,
98% of the world has it.
yeah,
98% of the world has it.
that's
Like I
that's
said,
true.
it's not going to kill you.
And you can more than there's a lot of
Night, James.
good night, James, home stuff that you could do that will help
Thank you for being here.
with that. Yes, thank you so much, James. Anyway, she will be on my live stream Saturday afternoon. Great, K-Dog. Oh, that's good too, Shire.
There
Yeah.
you go, Shire. Yep.
I do love my arts and crafts. I was making stuff today. If you guys whoever wasn't on Boomers, I'll have to show you guys what I was making today. Let me grab my bag because my sister's having a yard sale, and I said, "Can we bring the craft stuff that we made?" And she's like, "Sure." And I'm like, "Okay." Um, so I've been making stuff. I'll show you guys what I was making for the yard sale. I know we're gonna get off. Subject here. Well, just a bitty, but it's okay. Uh, you guys can tell me how I did. So I've been making keychains. Like I'll take this one out. Ugh, don't burst the bag. So here's one, and it says "Good vibes and hot coffee." I love my coffee. So I made a whole bunch of different keychains.
What is that?
Keychains for I'm hopefully gonna sell at my
Good.
my sister's yard sale. Let's hope. Look at this one, how pretty it is. It has like stars and sparkles
Oh,
and
yeah.
pom pom. So I made a whole bunch of keychains, and then I did make one into like a necklace.
You need to set up like an extra sister's garage sale, you said?
Yeah, my sister's gonna have one in front of my aunt's property this
You should
Saturday.
take a bunch of your stuff there.
Yeah,
like
I'm
your
gonna
little trash can people or your can people, and let's see what else.
Look at this necklace, how pretty.
Your Christmas globe things, you should take them. Yeah, I like that too.
Yeah, the
Let's
necklace.
see.
Oh, I could take a few gnomes. Yeah, why not? I was gonna take these, they're easier. Oh, and then I made some pens. I was making them while I was on Boomers too. I made some pretty pens. So pens, necklace, keychains, and then just bag pulls, that you would put on your bag. So this one just has, it doesn't have a keychain part, it just has the clip. It just has a heart clip, so you can hang it on your purse. That one looks pretty.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's like you can hang.
You can hang that in your fans on the ceiling.
Oh, you can hang it on your fan? Sure. Those are the little poles.
I mean, they'd
Um,
be cute hanging up there, little decoration on your
it
fan.
would be. And I have like this big pom pom keychain with the one hanging. Yeah. So I made all different ones. Anyway, whatever I don't sell, guys, at the yard sale, I will have for sale, and anybody can email me. Plus, I have more stuff I think to make more. So, of course, if you want anything with a particular color, let me know. If I have it, I will make it for you and ship it to you and tell you how much it costs and all that good stuff. If anybody's interested, but I have all different ones. Look at the pretty coffee one with the flower. Yeah. So that's what I've been
You can take
doing.
your snow globes and your
Making
little
these done.
light up Christmas ornaments, stuff like that you've made.
I probably won't take that, the Christmas stuff. I'll take this stuff. Maybe I'll take a few pendulums. I'll take some gnomes, 'cause I have a lot of gnomes.
You'd be surprised, people are already buying Christmas stuff.
Maybe. I'll bring some gnomes out.
Halloween stuff, 4th of July, anything like that.
Yeah.
When's she having it?
This Saturday. 10 p.m. Sunday. Maybe you could come to the VA hospital. Oh, I would. Yeah, just tell her to message me. I don't know where it is. If she messages me, like like I said, my messenger is in my chat up there. If she doesn't have messenger, my email's there.
How far away is it from you?
Well, he said he's in New York, but I just don't know where the VA hospital is in New York. Is it in Manhattan? Like where?
There might be more than one.
Yeah, so that's why I said I'd have to know which one. An uncle of my great grandmother supposedly could make chairs move. People knew him, swore it could be true. He took sheep on mountain, said blasphemous word, and a drop of blood fell on the sheet. I'm not sure I believe. Well, that could be because there's words of blasphemy. I love that. There's spells you could do that would do that too. So there's such thing as telepathy, because that's how the spirits communicate. So he could have been, because I don't know how much you could really move matter with your mind, but I know you can talk to a spirit through your mind, and that spirit can move the chair. So I do believe in that.
I think Kim, you can make things happen.
Huh?
By you.
I don't know that you can move a chair across the room with your mind, but I know you can talk to a spirit, and a spirit can move it across that.
I don't know. I moved a person. Does that count? I'm serious.
Oh, in the Bronx. Okay, so that's
I don't know if I ever told you about that.
No, that's a place I could get to. Yeah, definitely I could get to the place in the Bronx. Said it's in the Bronx. I'm like, oh yeah, I can get to the Bronx. Because I have a little Metro card. And I did get most of the stuff from Temu.
Maria, I live in the States. I live in Indiana.
Some of the beads that I use, like there's a cheapy store near me, and they always have these bracelets, and I take apart the bracelets and I use the beads from the bracelets, like with this pen, the blue pen. These pretty beads came off a bracelet. As you can see, they all match. And this part came off the bracelet. And it was, if it would hang like this on a bracelet, but it hangs like this on the pen, and I love it. So yeah, so sometimes I just get cheap bracelets and take the stuff apart. But like the pens to put them on and the little keychains and stuff that you put the beads on, that all came from Timu. And I got the idea because my friend got me for Christmas. She gave me this, but it was missing a bead and it was so loose. And then I found these two little beads to put on it. And I was like, you know what? I would like to make these all different ones. They'd be cool. So I went to see where I could get these, pieces. And yeah, Timu has them and they're pretty cheap. So you can make a whole bunch. Yeah. So that's what I've been doing. Making keychains, pens today. Yeah. Oh, tomorrow's story. Tomorrow, if you like stories, tomorrow, Friday night campfire story is at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It will come out. And I used Danny's off-grid flat because the other day he gave me a heart attack. And I was like, are you trying to make a horror movie? I hate them. And he starts laughing because he took the chainsaw and he turns on the chainsaw and he walks like, I don't know how long far from the camera with the chainsaw to cut down this tree. I'm like, what if you tripped? You cut yourself open. I was having a nervous breakdown. Anyway, that gave me an idea because it was like a horror story waiting to happen that I made the spooky campfire story after his silliness. Oh, please tell, K Dog. So yeah. So that should be a good story tomorrow night. It's scary. Go ahead. I don't mind hearing scary stories. It's watching it that's horrifying. In my head, I like to make up spooky stories like this is gonna happen. That it's more like mystery spooky, not as much blood and gore. Like I get to the blood and gore part and then I leave it up to you to decide what happens. Like I don't go through it. But I don't mind hearing them. I just don't want to see them on the big screen. Mm-mm. Is it a true story, Mikey, or a spooky one? Is it UK hospital? Oh, he is in England right now. Yeah. Barry, you unmuted to mute again. Did you want to say something or?
No, I just clearing up my sinuses. Y'all don't want to hear all that.
That's a. I don't actually know what it is. To tell you the truth, Maria, I have to look it up.
Shire, he says he's in the UK, in England, at the hospital. So you live over there in the UK. I don't know. Maybe you can go see him, meet him. I don't know. Depends on where he's at and where you're at.
Oh, you know what? It's a very common virus that over 90% of the world's population is infected with this virus.
Yep.
Like Mary said, yeah.
I'm sure we know several people that's got it, and it's just something that everybody goes out and broadcasts that they have it. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Who cares? But I mean, it's not something that's gonna, even if it's active, it's not gonna. It may hurt or it may break your mouth out or whatever it does. I don't know, but
and it says it reactivates or it gets worse during periods of stress in your life. And right now you're having a lot of stress. So
right.
That might have been
that's why she needs to quit stressing because it makes it worse.
Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, most of the time
I
it
mean,
stays dormant, but
there's
if you get
people
all
that catch it
upset and
drinking
stuff,
out of a water faucet. I mean,
oh yeah, it's
out of
true.
a somewhere. So, I mean, you're prone to get it. I mean, it's just the way it
Yeah,
is. You didn't necessarily get it from your boyfriend. You could have got
right.
it
And
anywhere.
it could have been long, long time ago you got it and didn't even know because it was dormant. And now all the stress you're having made it come out, you know?
Right. It lays dormant. I mean,
Hmm.
it could come out anytime if you're stressed out. And from what we've been reading in the chat, you're pretty stressed out. So, I mean, it's prone to come out during that time. So you got to keep yourself, on an even keel. Like Christina said, maybe you need to clear your chakras out and do some meditation and stuff like that. And listen to some meditation music or listen
Oh,
to the rain falling and take yourself
yeah.
out in the yard and take your shoes off, put your feet in the grass or in the dirt, either one, cover them up with the dirt. You'll be surprised and sit there and meditate through it. You'd be surprised how you feel. You feel like a new person. So just, try to do them things and it helps with your stress level.
Um, yeah. And I was gonna say I have meditation music that's very good on my channel. You can check it out, loves. K Dog said I was in my room in Israel before my stroke. A man walked in and was wearing a bag on his chest. It was not a bomb, it was to let him breathe. He passed away scared. Did he scare you into having the seizures and the stroke, or was kind of trying to warn you? I've seen him multiple times now, but he looks normal and happy. Or did he pass away from the same thing you have? I didn't understand that last part. I've seen him multiple times, but now do you see him every time before an episode? Because I think you said you had seizures before, right? Yes, you're right, Shire. You're definitely right. Oh, they're doing the fireworks already. It's driving me nuts. Wait until tomorrow, guys. Yeah, yeah. I made meditation music for my back, for all sorts of stuff because I wasn't good with meditating. So I made like this music so that at least I can listen to the music and just like let myself daydream and relax to feel better when I was stressed and when my back really hurt. And the one that I made for my back really worked well. I should actually listen to it tonight. That's what I'm gonna do. Where's my meditation playlist? I'll share it with you guys.
Who said you scared him to death? They should never tell you something like that. You didn't kill that man.
Oh, he looks normal and happy. Well, that's good.
Well, that's good, K Dog, but Mikey or Mike or whatever you want me to call you. Um,
I don't, I don't think he passed away from you scaring
I
him.
you didn't kill him though. Don't ever believe that. His illness killed him, not you.
That link is I just bought the Ozempic patches off TikTok. I'm excited. Do you think you should buy that kind of stuff off of TikTok, sweetheart? Because TikTok sometimes they give you fake stuff, and I would just be afraid.
Oh
My
yeah,
darling.
Sammy, you need to watch what kind of patch you're using. You may got them off of TikTok, but doesn't mean they're the right thing.
Well, TikTok has so many fake things. There's a lady I watch, and she goes, "I'm gonna shop on TikTok so you guys don't have to," and she spends thousands of dollars to show you like the stuff she gets, and sometimes she's like, "Look at this shit, look at this," like and I'm like, no, no, no. So I don't shop on TikTok. Hi, Debbie, my love. How are you?
Hi, Debbie.
Oh no. Yeah, you're gonna have to. You know what you do? You have to. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to blur that part out because yeah, they don't allow that stuff on YouTube. They don't even allow it. What the hell is going on? I don't know if the lady upstairs
Oh
dropped something.
yeah, too graphically violent.
Oh, I think there's.
It's in my nature. It was only human combustion.
Yeah. So
That does me too. My feet stay on fire all the time.
my
They're on fire now.
yeah, the
That's
boomer
neuropathy doing it.
boomer showed I think like two birds like fighting with each other and killing each other or whatever. Birds, nature, like on the Nature Channel. Um, survival of the fittest kind of thing, and they didn't want him to put that up. So I could imagine they don't want no human combustion. Oh.
He set a time of it, Jen. He had a stroke, and it brought on multiple seizures. He just had one seizure. They brought on several. Stroke was mild. Mild though. Hey, K Dog, did they say anything about maybe the traveling did that? Caused it? I mean, to be for you to be off like that?
Or what about the heat? Because it's hot over
Yeah,
there.
and I was just saying the heat too. I mean, was it a heat stroke or regular stroke or what was it?
Oh my gosh. It's gonna rain outside and all the ants decide to come visit me.
I'm laughing at Shire. I'm sorry.
Okay, dog, Sammy.
Legs and a foot. Oh man. Yeah. Really?
Meds and heat were. Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's very hot there. And if you're on meds and you dehydrate, that could definitely send you into a whole bunch of stuff.
I know you ain't talking about me, Sammy.
You're not her aunt. You're her cousin, right?
No, but they used to call me aunt. Yeah, it was a respect thing. My dad always. I tell you what, I called my cousin. My cousins that's older than me, and I used to go spend summers with their kids and stuff when we was growing up. Anyway, one of the kids, we was born on the same day, we're the same age. Anyway, I always called him aunt and uncle. I never knew any difference, so hell, I was grown. I was in my. It was after my father passed away. We literally called him aunt and uncle that entire time, and even my cousins here, that's older than me, way older than me, I call them aunt and uncle too, and I'm like, why am I calling them aunt and uncle? They're my cousins, you know. It was just my dad said it was a respect thing. It was out of respect for them because they were older. They were my elder, and they were family, so we called them aunt and uncle, not our cousins, you know.
Right. And no zombies for me. Yeah.
Yeah, Jan, they are very scary.
Yep.
Let me tell you something about gas. Gas is better out than in. I'm just saying. You know, you want your belly to hurt forever or your whatever, you know. I mean, you got to release that gas.
You gotta let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
There you go.
Now I'm gonna have that Disney princess in my head farting all night.
I know my ex-husband. The only time he'd fart was when we was in the grocery store or in Walmart or somewhere like that, and he'd just laugh and he'd come and he'd fart by me and he'd walk off. Leave me being the stinking one. Right, Jen? The older you get, you can't trust that fart. You're right.
Hi, Carl. I got tea and a grilled cheese. Yay! So they're feeding you.
Hi, Carl.
Because you said you were hungry.
You got tea and a grilled cheese sandwich. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. I'm hot, guys. I'm relaxed. I got the fan on and got my feet up.
Not to have to bite the big toe to knock you back. Oh my God. Sorry. He's cracking me up. Got a light.
Yeah. Oh, I was just talking about Dolly and she messaged.
Meds and heat were related. Yeah. Well, okay, dog. I'm sorry to hear that. Did you have a hat on and stuff like that? And plenty of water where you was at, and get it in place to get out from underneath the sun, where it's not shining down on you. He is funny. He's cracking me up. Did I read your comment, Mary? Yeah, about the ant and better out than in. Yeah, smarty pants. I knew you was aiming that at me. Hi, Shelly. Hi, Cassie. No, after that. Oh, okay. Let me go look. I don't see nothing in between that, Sammy. From the time you said, well, my aunt who releases the worst parts say better out than in.
Yeah, I didn't see anything after that either.
I don't see nothing else, do you? Did something get held back? Did it get
No,
held back, Sammy?
it would have showed me, and I would have been able to put it. Are you sure you don't mean before that? Even before that, I think her comment was, "I'm afraid of human combustion."
Yeah,
See,
it I'm sure it
I
did
only
because
have one tattoo,
uh
right? And I got it
you
recolored
have to
already.
rewrite it without the cussing.
I can see you there now, but
Well, Sammy, we can, but I can't.
it
If you
might be
cuss in it or something, it probably held it.
if you cursed, maybe it held it and it didn't show it for us to release it. So I always only had this one. I would like to get another one, but I can't afford it. One day, maybe.
Oh yeah, Carl. You had your
Yeah,
fill of it, huh? Had your
people
fill of it, huh?
are sucky. I was telling somebody that the other day. I'm like, people suck. Diane, I think it was Diane, because she showed me about this. Showed me something about this criminal and whatever, and I'm like, some people just suck. Oh, I don't want too many. I have this one only, but I would like to get like an ankle bracelet one. I really always did. So I I like wearing ankle bracelets, although I always break them. So I'm like, I would just like to get a tattoo of an ankle bracelet. That would be my only other one. Hey, Shelly.
Sammy. Don't set him on fire.
Oh,
Yeah, but he means studio and music studio. He does music and is at home. He's
yeah,
professional.
yeah, music studio. Yeah, not YouTube studio.
Yeah, Carl, I'm sure you had your fill by now. I remember you telling me about what was going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's winter there now, Debbie? Oh, no, it's summer here. Now I wonder if it's gonna
You
rain.
hate the sun. Oh, I love the sun. But it gets hot there. It gets hot here too, though. We
Yeah,
got humidity here, man. I'd rather have the dry heat any day than to
yeah.
have the wet heat.
Tattoos are the best. I don't mind them. My mom was mad when I got this tattoo because she's like, "You're not going to be able to get married in a church." I go, "First of all, who says I'm getting married? Second of all, who says I'm getting married in a church?" And then she was all pissed off, right? But I didn't get married, so I don't have to worry about the church. Then she's like, "How are you going to be buried in the church?" I'm like, "Give me a closed coffin. I don't give a shit." You know, I'm sure now they don't care. They want your money, so they don't care how many tattoos you have. They don't care where you're at.
I know, Sammy.
I'm a scaredy cat. You know what? I watched my friend get his tattoo first. Big ass guy, right? And cried. Got it on his shoulder. Now I got it. It goes down on some like part of my breast, which was the worst part of it. Let me tell you, it's sensitive, right? And then like this part over here, so like those two parts, like the points of the cross, were sensitive. But
Welcome back, Boomer.
the rest of it was like, K Dog is here, Boomer. He was telling a little about it. I know that's your buddy who wrote some stuff up in the chat. I don't know if you see. But anyway, so welcome back, my friend. Um, just tell your mother you're a witch. Well, now she
I gotta
passed.
tell my mother that.
So,
I think she was.
I don't know how she feels about the tattoo now. I'll have to ask her. Does it matter? Are they gonna bury me? Are they gonna accept me in heaven with the damn tattoo? I should ask her now that she's deceased. Let me stop. Okay, anyway, I don't think they care, but maybe we'll have to ask them. But yeah, but anyway, so I got mine, and he came with me after he cried and whatever. He's like, "Don't do it. It hurts, right?" I'm like, "Stop." So anyway, the guys did I had a girl do it. The girl was doing it, and I'm like, "Okay, just I just need you to do me a favor." She's like, "What?" I go, "I need the fan because I'm getting very hot." It was the pain made me hot, but I wasn't like yelling or whatever. Um, so even the tattoo artist, when he was finished, was like, "Wow, you did a good fucking job." I didn't cry, whatever. And you weren't allowed to be drunk because at that time it was illegal in New York. And if you were drunk and your levels were too high, you'd have a heart attack, or whatever. So you couldn't be drunk or any of that shit. So you had to go with nothing. Back in the early 90s, it's still illegal in New York to get a tattoo. But anyway, so I had to go to this basement, basically, in, like between Brooklyn and I mean between the Bronx and Manhattan, like on Avenue A or Avenue B. Back in the day, anyway. So you had to go into like this somebody's basement to get it done. But anyway, yeah, that's how I got my tattoo, and it wasn't that bad, it really was. And then I had kids, and then I realized it really wasn't that bad. And when I went to get it recolored, it wasn't even a quarter as bad as the first time. I have to Dreamcatcher with his name, date of birth on it. There you go. That sounds nice, Shelly.
Carl, that'd be yes. Day of our independence.
Yeah, well, since we lost our Independence Day, most of it, I'm not celebrating. That's damn sure. In fact, I'm gonna go tomorrow. I'm gonna
There's
make
the
a
day
sign.
we become free. That's all I know.
I'm gonna go outside with a sign and protest tomorrow because I'm already done with it. Anyway, we gained our independence to lose it again. But they're harmless if you can understand the lingo. Record it and play it back at a quicker speed. Shia. I'm going to protest against protesting. You can do that because you're allowed. Because while we still have the right to protest before they take that away, you better get out there and do it, Boomer. Yep. So I'm going to go stand out there with my sign and everybody else.
Oh, Lord, let's don't get into politics too much.
No.
You want to know what you're protesting?
I'm going to protest the big, fat, beautiful, fucking ugly ass bill that they just passed, and the loss of our rights. That's why I'm going to protest. That's what we're going to protest. Um, I have a list, but I'll just leave it at that. And to protest for women's rights, so they can come back to Roe v. Wade.
I knew it was a joke, Boomer.
But that was a joke, I know. But and I made the joke back. Go now and do it before you can. Can you imagine me, Boomer?
The
Like,
palm of your hand. Who would
can
want to
you
do the palm of your hand?
can
Have
you
you done
imagine
yours?
do what?
I just wondered if he's done the palm of his hand, if he's
Oh,
got a
you mean to
tattoo
get a
there.
tattoo? No, I wouldn't get no tattoo there. You're right. It probably would be worse than the boob. But
That and your wrist. I would think your wrist would be bad too.
I don't know, maybe.
I don't think anybody can stand getting their head tattooed. Somebody poking you in the head with a needle. Oh, I couldn't do it.
Yeah, Debbie. Exactly. But
You can bet your bottom dollar anybody that's got neuropathy is not going to get a tattoo done.
yeah.
I'm just saying.
But I was saying, can you imagine Boomer and I, right, standing outside, right?
No.
And Boomer has a sign that's next. We're standing next to each other. Boomer has a sign that says, "I hate protesters," and I have a sign protesting everything. That'd be the funniest sight. I wonder if the AI can make Boomer and I protesting together like that. I'm gonna try to make the
No,
AI
Maria, I did not.
funny ass shit, Boomer. That'd just be a funny intro to something.
My best friend and me was going to get one together, but I just can't. I just she got one,
She
and
got
then
one.
she said let's get one together, and I said okay, but then I was like, I don't know if I want to do that. I got enough pain without adding pain to it. You know what I mean? And then I got
Shelly,
neuropathy now. I damn sure ain't getting it now.
that's right.
I got enough pins and needles going 24/7. I don't need any more to go with it.
I didn't say you hate protesters. It was like a joke, like a, what do you call it? A spoof on what you said. It was. I know
I got
Shelly.
teeth marks
You
now. Forget I said
know what I
that.
meant.
Shire.
No, we love you, Boomer. I know exactly what you meant.
Shire, you
No, I
just was holding on. You just holding on for life, right? That's all you was doing. That's why the teeth
got
marks was
that
there. You
mark.
was holding
And
on for dear life.
who's holding on?
Huh?
Shire?
Yeah, Shire.
Catching the gentleman's sausage in the zip. Oh no! Oh boy.
That's cool, Carla. And I just was wondering. So it was really painful to get that, I bet. You said, I bet it was.
Oh no, that sounds terrible. The eye of. Oh, really? On your palm, Carl? Well, I'm going to protest the first protest. Jelly.
Yeah. But I don't think you hate protesters. I think you
No.
just joking around. Is what I think.
Yes. And that's why I was joking back with him. Like, that would be such a funny parody. Boomer holding a sign up, standing next to me is just a
Catching the
funny
gentleman's
parody.
sausage.
Even because his sign, I know what his sign would say. You know what his sign would say, Mary? It would say, "I'm with stupid," and it'd have an arrow pointing to me, and my sign would say, "I'm with stupid," and be pointed to him. That'd be the sign. That would be oh my God, that's funny. Just thinking about it is funny. That's what our science would say if they're pointing to each
Oh Lord.
other.
Back black rack.
Oh yeah. You mean not J.P. Morgan? You mean right? Not Joe Morgan. I think you mean J.P. Morgan, the guy who was supposed to be on the Titanic but didn't go, and instead the other guy went. Um, the other rich guy, his opposition went
Uh-huh.
and died. Do you remember that? That's a Titanic story.
Did you just ask me something?
I said that was a Titanic story, like what Carl said, a Titanic. What do they call it? What do you call it? Conspiracy. Like so, J.P. Morgan was supposed to be on the Titanic, but he changed his mind at the last minute. But his opposition went, and the opposition died, and that's what made J. Morgan so rich, or like maintain the top dog, so to speak. And they were all like, maybe they did it on purpose to get rid of those rich people, whatever. That's why they sunk it. That was a big conspiracy, guy. Pretty sure I got that right. I used to love the
I can't
Titanic.
imagine it being worse than childbirth. I just can't imagine that because I don't think men would have as many tattoos as they got.
No, he
I'm
said
telling
it's
you, I don't think a
nothing.
man can take pain as much as a woman can.
Well,
That's just
yeah,
my
but
thought, but not trying to
she
start an
said,
argument.
Mary, you
Just
read it
saying.
wrong. She said they say getting a tattoo is nothing compared to having a baby. Like, so the pain is way worse having a baby. You can get a tattoo. If you had a baby, then you could get a tattoo. Then.
I was talking about just what Shelley put.
That's what
He
she
said
said.
getting a tattoo was nothing next to the childbirth. It
Nothing
hurt
next
worse.
to the childbirth is way worse. You read it wrong.
I just can't imagine that the birthing not being as that that tattoo was worse than the birthing. I don't
No.
know how. Depends on if you. I guess it would depend on if you had a natural birth or not. I had natural birth, and let me tell you what, that was rough. I was in labor
Well,
for
that's what I'm
24
saying. It
hours,
also
and then
depends on what kind of childbirth you had, right?
I was in labor 24 plus hours, and when I went to have him, yeah, no, I no.
It hurts worse because the way she said it, they said getting a tattoo was nothing next to childbirth. Oh, that's what they say. But she thought it hurt more. I got you.
Yeah,
I got
I'd say yeah. I know what she's
I
saying,
don't
but
think
right,
so.
I
Like
know
I
I
said,
get
I
what
got
you're
my
saying.
tattoo before I had my first kid. So I got mine at 16. I had my first kid at 22. So I didn't remember the difference between them. All I know is I didn't yell, scream. I didn't feel that the tattoo was that bad, except when it got to that one point. And all I was like was, look, you have to put on the fan for the top. And she put on the fan, and I was totally fine after that. And that was it. And when I did it the second time, it didn't even phase me practically. Although from the beginning, I was like, do you have a fan? Otherwise, I'm going to, when I went to make the appointment, I was like, otherwise, I'm going to bring a little handheld. And I could get hot. And
Oh,
he's like,
really,
no,
Carl?
it's a fan. And he put the fan on from the beginning, so I was fine. The only way they can prove the ship were not swapped over the Titanic and
Britannic
Oh,
propeller on it.
yeah. They say that too. They say that it was the old one and they never sent the new one. Meanwhile, the other one sank anyway a little while after it, didn't it?
Yeah, the other one kept going. I mean, it made it, and it made its maiden journey, and it stayed in service for a long time.
Did it? Before,
What they
but
said, I don't know.
I think it crashed too. The other one eventually it sunk too. Not as terrible as the first, but it did. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, but they said they swapped the ships and whatever. I don't know about, but I know there was a big thing because J.P. Morgan didn't get on the ship. All his adversaries did. They died. He lived. They were like, "What's going on?" You know, like, they had a big thing that he caused it. Like he put the iceberg there, or paid them the fashion, but I don't know. But yeah, I had natural birth. I had easy childbirth, very quick and fast. Oh, I had natural, but I did have epidural with my first. The second, they put in the epidural, but the cord was wrapped around his neck, so they were like, "No, we have to shut it off so we can." I don't know what the hell they were telling us. Anyway, and then once they shut it off and like the real pain started kicking in, I just stopped, and they're like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "No, I'm not doing this without meds." Like, whoa! I was like, that made me say right the fuck there. They had to call my mother in to help me. Then my mother got me all choked up, and I started coughing, crying. And as I was coughing and crying, the muscles contract, and they were able to suction cup the baby's head out of me because I was not having no more of that thing. But it was only 2 hours of it, so it wasn't terrible. But I was too
My
busy with
my
that.
second son, my second son was breech, and for me to have him, I was going to do epidural because they were going to do C-section because they couldn't get him to turn, and they were afraid that the cord was around his neck, and they were afraid that he wouldn't make it the other way. So they decided to do C-section. Well, they took me in. They couldn't get the epidural to take, and so they said they just put me out for it. So I didn't get to watch it being birthed or anything like that. But and I didn't have the pain with him. You know, naturally I didn't have the pain like I have with the first one. The first one was a long time. I was in labor. It was over 24 hours.
I had all three at home with a midwife. It's great. Oh, no, I don't think I could do that because, like, with my second one, where like the cord was wrapped around his neck, right? And then, like, does the midwife have one of those suction things? Otherwise, he'd still be up there, and we'd be
And
dead.
it was
Yeah,
a dry birth on top of that.
I wouldn't have been pushing that baby out. Nope, that wasn't happening. not, not one little bit. I was already done with that whole thing. I was like, no, no, no.
Well, my water broke on my first one, and I didn't have no pain, and I'm like, this ain't normal. I had to get my husband up. It's like 5 o'clock in the morning. My water broke, and I'm like, okay. I got my husband up. I said, we're gonna have to go to the hospital. He said, why? I said, my water broke, but I don't have any pains. He said, you sure you didn't pee on yourself? I said, yes, I'm positive. And I went to the hospital, and sure enough, yep, my water broke. But so they had induced my labor. I didn't start having pains until about 10 o'clock that night. 5 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock at night. It took that long. And then it went till 10 o'clock the next, let's see. So it was like 24 hours I was in labor. So I went from 10 o'clock that night, 10 o'clock the next night. And then I finally had him that following day at around 3:15 or so, like that, somewhere in there. And so, however many hours it is between that 10 o'clock at night and 3 o'clock the next day, that's how many hours. That's plus 24. That's how many hours I was in labor.
Yeah.
Because they quit inducing a part of it, and I just started having them on my own after that, and it was rough, man. Let me
Yeah.
tell you.
You know, Carl, they have this thing here, and you can see videos. They have like this pregnancy simulator. So when the wives are like a little before they're gonna give birth or whatever, they or right after they give birth, they do this pregnancy simulator on their husbands to see how they do with it. Like so, they start off with one pain, two pain, three, you know. Like some of them at 4, they're freaking dying, and they're like, "Wait, we gotta go up to 10," and they're like, "No!" and they're crying. It's so funny. 10 pounds, 14 ounces, and 23, and you had him outright. Well, there was this lady who was.
Well, luckily, the reason why my son wouldn't turn because he was breached. That wasn't the only reason. He weighed 9 pounds too. He was 9 pounds 2 ounces,
Mm-hmm.
and he was like 22.5 inches long, something like that.
Yeah, well, Jonathan was long, probably why the cord was wrapped around his neck, but he was skinny. He was only, I think he was 7 pounds 2 ounces, but I think he was 22 or 23 inches. So he
My
was
first
long,
one weighed the same as I weighed when I was born, identical.
He was long,
Which
but he was
I think that's weird.
thin.
I think I don't know. I don't know. Has anybody else had that happen? When they have their baby, and he weighed the same as you did when you was born. My son,
my
I
daughter
weighed.
was 5
I
pounds
weighed.
15 ounces. My son was 7 pounds 7 ounces. I was 6 pounds 2 ounces.
How much did you weigh when you was born?
6 pounds 2 ounces.
I weighed 6 pounds 7 ounces.
Oh,
And my first son was 6 pounds 7 ounces, 21
wow.
inches long, and I think I was 20,
Now that you
20
say
inches
that,
long, 21 inches.
I'm gonna check because I kind of think it was 6 pounds 2 ounces.
Right, Shelly, me too.
I was born at 6:15 in the morning. Does it say my birth certificate is so darn old, guys, that
Did the child live, Carl?
It doesn't even have how much I weighed. It's lucky it has the hour I was born. I don't think it tells me the weight.
Right, Kim?
My father's age, my mother's age. You know, it doesn't tell me the weight, but I'm more than sure my mother said I was 6 pounds. But yeah, back then they didn't put the weight on the birth certificate. That's why everybody's like, what kind of birth certificate is this? I'm like, look, it's what they had back in 76. I tell you. I was born in a hospital that doesn't even exist anymore. They closed it down. So, you know. I can't tell you. But yeah, but I'm pretty sure I was 6 pounds 2 ounces. But we'll never know because the birth certificates didn't say that. Anywho. Pretty big babies. No, my baby was long, but he wasn't that. 7 pounds 7 ounces is a big. But and my daughter was only 5 pounds 15 ounces. Mary and Kim's baby were big, 9 pounds. Well, it was funny with my daughter. They told me, but then with the second one, they got it together because with my daughter, they kept telling me that she was going to be 10 pounds. And I was like, I'm going to get rid of a 10-pound baby, right? So on my last sonogram, which was at 9 months, she was 9 pounds, supposedly, from what they measured, 9 pounds, 8 ounces. So I'm like, shit, like, I'm never going to be able to push this baby out. She was 5 pounds, 15 ounces. So when they wheeled her out, they're like, here's your grandbaby. My mother looked, goes, no, that's not her. And they're like, no, it is. They're like, no, this baby's tiny. They said 9 pounds, 8 ounces. And they're like, what? And she's like, yeah, that. But they're like, no, this is her. So then my mother and I asked, like, how the hell did you get it so wrong? You've been doing all these sonograms and telling us the baby. And they're like, well, we do it on the size of your birthing area, which is supposedly the same as everybody else's, right? There's a basic. I have only half the birthing area that other people have. So, especially, we thought she was big because she would push on my stomach and you could see her hand like alien who would have a heart attack. When I would go to work and they'd see this baby's hand coming out of my shirt, they were like, what the fuck? That's what she used to do. But it's because my birthing area was half the size of what a normal woman should be. So those babies didn't have any room in there. So it was like they were humongous, but they weren't. Oh, Kim, you too? You have only half the size?
Wow, Carl.
No.
You remember, Carl, he was only 2 pounds and 4 ounces, born at home, and he was dead. The cord runs around his neck. So his daughter's 17 now, turning to be a camera film director. Oh, wow.
My son was 10 pounds originally, but I accepted 5 pounds and a packet of cigarettes.
Shire.
No, you're right, Diane. Anyway. How big was your daughter, Carl? Did you say and I missed it? No, Diane, she said her boy, Mary, or right around there, 9 pounds. Yeah, but that's what happened. So they thought I was having a big baby, but I didn't. I had a tiny little baby, 5 pounds, 5 ounces. And when I looked at her, I was like, oh, that's crazy. And I'll never forget that experience because I had a doctor that the English was off, like she was Asian, and she had a thick accent and her English was off, right? So you never knew what the hell she was saying. I didn't care because the insurance covered it. I didn't give a crap. I just wanted that baby out. So we're in the room and the baby comes out and they show me the baby and I never been so happy. And then she's like, wait, another one. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I almost jumped off the damn table, right? And I was like, what do you mean another one? And the other nurse was like, placenta, placenta. And I'm like, what? Like, when she said another one, I'm like, this bitch didn't tell me I was having twins all this time. I'm gonna choke her to death. Like, but it was but the way she said, she's like, oh wait, another one. I'm like, what the fuck you mean? She almost had a heart attack on the freaking table, guys. On the damn table. So my mister, she was 1 pound 11 ounces. Oh no.
Carl, is that the one that's studying to be a? Is that your daughter that's studying to be a film director?
She was even smaller than you were. My daughter was 5 pounds 6 ounces and 18 inches. She was 2 months premature. Wow. Mine was she was a week over. A week overdue, and she was still only 5 pounds. things can go wrong. Yeah. Well, but imagine hearing that you're on the table, Mary, and then they say another one, and
Right?
that lady almost died, and I almost had a heart attack right after I killed her. Oh no.
Hmm.
I wonder if there's anything going on Saturday. Oh, Saturday. I'm supposed to do that. I gotta call my sister and find out. My grandmother's sick, so I don't know if she's still gonna have the yard sale. I'll ask her. But if you have the yard sale, maybe I'll just go live from the yard sale. Hang out at the yard sale. I have RH negative blood and our blood. Oh, thank goodness I didn't have that problem with either one. That was okay. Even though we have different blood types, like my son is O like his father, and almost I'm AB positive, but my daughter is AB negative. But our blood didn't, mix, it didn't cause a problem. Negative and positive part of I guess, because her and I don't have the same blood type, and she has O.
12 pounds? Oh my God, that's a toddler.
Yeah.
Lord, I can't imagine. Nope, not for me. Nope, Nana, don't want it. Nope, nope.
20 minutes of labor only, and she pushed a 12-pound baby out? Good for her. Mm-mm.
How many she had before that one? That's what I want to know, because that thing had to been stretched to start with, because 20 minutes ain't long enough to get a 12-pound baby out. I'm just saying.
Right?
Oh wow, Carl, that's great. I'm not trying to make light of it. 12 pounds is a big baby. I'm sorry, but it is. And I got nothing but respect for that woman.
Yeah.
I mean,
there was a lady who gave
12
her.
pounds
She
in
was
20 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. But everybody was jealous of me too when I had my daughter, because I went in there at like 12 in the afternoon after I went and ate a whole bunch of burgers, because no, I didn't eat burgers. I had a whole bunch of egg sandwiches and hash browns from McDonald's, because what happened was I went in on Thursday, and when I thought my water broke, but it was my mucus plug, and they're like, "No, you won't be back till the weekend." And when I was there on Thursday, there was this lady there, and she was walking around, and she's like, "I've been here for like 10 hours, and they told me to walk because I'm not dilated yet." I'm like, "Oh," and they won't let me eat, and I'm starving, and that I remembered that. So when I got up in the morning, I'm like, "No, we have to go," and the stupid father, my daughter's father, was like, "No, they said you won't be there till the weekend." I said, "You listen to me. This baby ain't give a shit what that fucking nurse said, okay? We're going now." So, okay, we go. And I'm like, "But we're stopping at McDonald's first." It's like, "McDonald's, should you eat?" I said, "Yeah, because if I'll be there 10 hours, then screw that shit, because I need to eat, right?" So I ate all this stuff. I go in there, it's like, I don't know, about 12 something. soap operas I remember were 12 to 1 and 1 to 2. All my children have One Life to Live. So I was watching One Life to Live. So it was around 1 something. Um, when I became fully dilated because I had told them the drugs aren't working. They're like, nah, you're fully dilated, start pushing. But the nurse wasn't there yet, right? No, the soap operas were 12 to 1 and 1 to 2. So it was One Life to Live, so it was 2 something. And I'm like, no, no, no. First of all, I'll finish watching One Life to Live and I'll wait till the doctor comes. I'm not pushing until there's a doctor, right? And so, like, they were like, no, but the doctor is, she'll be right
Tired.
in. You got to push. And I'm like, I'm not pushing until the doctor comes. So they found some other doctor. Maybe it was another nurse, and they just told me it was a doctor. Anyway, so they're all there. I stopped pushing with her. I'm like, I want my doctor. Anyway, when the head crowned, they took me into this other room and had the baby, and that's where she gave me the heart attack about the freaking placenta. But yeah, I ate all that food and I was only there from like 12 to. It only took the whole thing like 2.5 hours. So the lady anyway, who's there like 24 hours, finally had her baby after me, and she had an 11-pound baby, and I was like, no wonder that baby didn't want to come out.
So I take it, sir. You
Tired.
got pregnant in a McDonald's parking lot.
I guess
Your women did.
I should have named my daughter Hash Brown. Hash Brown for all the hash browns I ate right before I had her. Hash Brown. Imagine I named her Hash Brown McMuffin. Hash Brown, her first name. McMuffin, her middle name. Sachi. What's your daughter's name? Hash Brown. Like what? Yes. That's her first name? Yes. What's her middle? McMuffin. Hash brown McMuffin Sachi. Yeah, yes, Kim. Like the doctor knows it all. Well, but the doctor said it wasn't coming until the weekend. And I'm telling you, the baby doesn't want to give a fuck what you say or that damn doctor. And she didn't wait for the weekend. She came on Friday. So 1 week to exactly overdue. At that point, I had blood poisoning and everything. Well, because my father passed away. She was due the Friday before she was born. So she was due Friday. My father died on Sunday. I was supposed to go on Monday to be induced, but I was like, no, I'm going to bury my father. And they were like, are you nuts? You have to come to the hospital. I'm like, nope, my father died. I'll be there. So we buried him on Wednesday. So we had the wake on Tuesday. Um, yeah, we had the wake on Tuesday and Wednesday. Buried him on Thursday, and then that Thursday is when my mucus plug broke that afternoon. When I thought, oh, thank goodness the baby waited till after all the funeral stuff, and I went to the doctor and they sent me home and they told me no, it wasn't time yet. But yeah, she waited for me to go through my whole father's funeral before she came out. So that was good. Wow, Carl. Good for her. Good for her. She's yeah. Baby talk. What else we got? What else you got, Mary?
What?
What else you got to talk about besides baby labor pains?
Do what, lady? What?
I said, what else do you have to talk about besides baby labor pains?
I don't know. Let me think.
Okay. Mary's thinking, everybody be quiet. Wow, Carl, that's cool.
That's cool, Carl.
Yeah.
Okay, back to paranormal. How many of you live in a haunted house that you know is haunted?
Or have ever lived in a haunted house.
Right. We're not. I don't think. May watch the fireworks, but that'd be it. I can sit in my front yard and do that. I don't know if Christina's gonna. She watched. We watched hers the other day.
Yeah. Yep. Um, I went. I love fireworks. I didn't really go for the 4th of July. I just go to see the fireworks because I really do love sparkly stuff. Anyway, so I went to the park over there. It was free. Sat my ass down. We watched it live. Came home. But tomorrow, like I said, I'll be out.
Tired.
Oh no, Shire. All right, let's go outside and see what it's doing outside. It's dark now, but it is nice outside. Oh, it's nicer outside than it is in the house.
Kim, how many spirits you think you got in your house at any given time?
You think I have enough lights, guys, in my garden? And lights all over. It's like one big fairy garden. Oh, and I turned on that light. Look at the pretty moon. The half quarter moon. Mm. See, here's the wow, the
Oh wow,
cucumbers are
Shelly.
all the way up there already. Oh, you can't see.
So they'd move them around for you, huh?
Wow, that's crazy, Shelley. Crazy, crazy. Ooh, we'll sit outside where it's a little nicer.
Christina got the cutest little backyard, don't you guys?
It's nice in the backyard right now. There's a gorgeous breeze. I don't know if it's gonna.
what do you call it? Rain. I gotta check. Otherwise, I have to put the whatchamacallit. I gotta water the plants and everything.
Girl, how did you know they were haunted? Can you tell us? Can you tell us?
14 haunted places. Wow. Well, I have to say there was probably spirits in every place, but whenever somebody asks me, what's the most haunted place you ever been to, I go my house on crossover day. Because where else are you gonna find 500 spirits all in the same space in one place? You know, nowhere, freaking nowhere. And that's the 500 that are waiting to cross over, not the 100 I have here roaming around normally that hang out with me. Because I have the kids and the animals and all that stuff. Every night I left them on the kitchen table, and in the morning I would find them by the coffee pot or the stove. Really?
Wow.
There was 4? There you go.
Should just ask them politely to leave them alone. Come get their own. Or give them one, you know, every once in a while. Boomer does.
No. Did I show you? Look at how pretty this pot thing is. I mean, it's on a metal thing, and it's in this pretty pot. I put the flowers. Somebody threw that out. They're just like, poop. I was like, no, I'm taking that. I'm putting fake flowers in it. But yeah. And then the neighbor left their plants there, so I didn't know if that meant they wanted me to water them. So I water them every once in a while because I'm like, oh, they left them on the thing, so I guess they want me to water them. I don't know. But yeah. The third oldest place I lived in didn't have anything. Oh, that's interesting. They already flew the coop, I guess. I gotta check if it's gonna rain. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to water the plants too. Well, we know Mary lived in haunted houses. Did everybody go see Mary's story? Mary,
I've lived in a haunted house for a while now.
yeah.
I mean, it's naturally gonna be haunted because of how I am.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course. I would say it's not haunted, it's just filled with our family spirits. You know.
Mm. Oh wow, Kim. Shire.
She said 8. Oh, that's a lot in the house too.
I'm trying to figure out what the word would be
Paranormal in my house,
that
but
he's
I had
talking about.
a bit
That he
of
can't
peace
say it on.
about 10 years ago because I saw a S word, can't say on YouTube, and I had 6 months of paranormal. Wow. Yes, Shire.
What's the word he's saying?
Wait 1 second. Shire, the energy
when your energy gets nutty, you can literally bring something to you
Yes.
because it follows your energy, and it could have followed you from somewhere, and then it messes with you, and then once you get better and your energy changes, it goes away. Oh, Diane was playing live. Hey, Super Saint. Oh, she said she was gonna do the live show. Yeah. I'm sorry I missed it. I'll have to go back and watch.
I think it most definitely can cause paranormal. Um,
Wow. They just notified me that they're gonna open a Target right over here on 31st Street.
thank you, Super Saiyan.
Thank you so much, Super Saint. Its third floor will be a clear view to the Hell's Gate Bridge. Oh, that's where the hell is the thing? Oh, it's opening right near the CVS.
Shire, I think it can alter being like like you was. I think it can, your mind is altered, right? You're not uneven keel. So I think it can open you up to seeing things and to see things around you and know that they're there. So I'm not surprised that you've seen that at all.
Wow, Carl.
Good thing you
They were family. Yeah.
was there to turn it off. Did they ever turn it off? That's good, Kim.
Yeah. Well, family visiting is
I
always.
think it opens you up to it. Anytime your mind is altered, it can open you up to whatever. I mean,
Oh, yeah. That's for sure, for sure. Oh, thank you, Super Saint. Yeah. That's why, like, sometimes if I just don't feel right, I'm very cranky. Like today, like I used to, like, I'll do a crossover Wednesday and Thursday, and then I have Friday off and Saturday, and then I'll do Sunday and Monday and have Tuesday off. That's usually my deal. But today I was like, no, I'm so messed up. I said, we have to do it tomorrow. Like, uh, you know, like sometimes when your energy's off, you can't do things like crossover, talk spirit, things, because then you're gonna leave yourself open to bring. I heard Diane, thank you, to bring in maybe some kind of energy that you don't want. You know, what do you think of Candace Cameron saying horror films are photos for people? Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's what I think of that. Sorry. Um, no, you know. Now, I will say that horror films, and this is another, it's a state of mind, and so like when you watch a horror movie over and over, and there's a character in there, let's say one that really scared you, if you project that a lot, a spirit, a bad one, and this is not demons, this is just a bad spirit, may portray themselves to you as that character to scare you for fun. They do that. But the movie itself is not a portal, and it's definitely not bringing demons because, like I said in the beginning, demons are rare. They have their job to do in their realm. They're not on this side; they're on the other side. Of, yeah, it's like their own realm. It's like so. And they have a job to do, and they're run by actually the demon. The highest demon is a woman, a female, not a woman, but a female, and she, gives them their jobs, and they go do them. And like I said, they don't interact with you unless you summon them. If you have to summon them, there's a whole big thing to do. It's not easy to summon, and you either summon them or you you get in the way of their job that they're doing for whatever reason. Yeah, so you don't. So there's not like a portal or something like that. So I think that's a little funny. Cam, she's in a cult.
That boy does not have blue eyes. Look at that. They're green. Sorry, y'all.
Well, you know what it is. Not that, Kelly, because we do a crossover. I don't open gates to
You see
hell
green
or
too?
heaven. I am a gatekeeper. When I open the gates for them to go, they all go into the waiting room. It's not exactly purgatory, it's a waiting room. And then from that
Mine's
waiting,
blue.
there's a guardian there who sorts them to where they have to go. Yeah, so I don't open the portal to all these, like heaven, hell, and that kind of stuff. I literally open the gate to a waiting room with a guardian. They go
Walking
through
just
that
looking.
gate.
Walk perfect.
I close the gate, and then that guardian disperses them to where they belong. So that's how I do my crossover. I mean, technically, I guess I could open the gates to different places. I don't, because I don't know where anybody belongs, and I'm not trying to do any of that, Which is why, again, like angels, like I like a lot of times, like an angel will maybe come by and drop somebody off to be crossed over, and I had to find out, like, why don't angels cross over people? Like, people call them crossover people. And then I realized angels cannot, well, after talking to spirits and everything, angels cannot judge people. So they would automatically send everybody to heaven. But what if that person doesn't belong in heaven? You understand? So, if they're not children or animals or whatever, they usually find a place for them to go, like to a medium to cross, or they bring them to the crossroad spirits to cross them because they open the gate to like this waiting room. And yes, so anyway, just by the way, but it's not so much that I would open it to the wrong place, it's that my energy would cause the spirits to be on edge, and which we don't want that as they're crossing over, and it would cause maybe bad spirits to come to try to cross and annoy other spirits. Like I was saying before, those energy suckers, we don't want any of those people here. Not at all. Mr. Owens used to work as a train station porter and ticket seller. He used to come home at 6:55 p.m. when he died in the kitchen at 79. Wow. Candace is the Mad Hatter cult. Until I found out he was cray cray. Yeah. Yeah. More people than we think are cray cray. Although I can't say that because people think I'm crazy. My own daughter thinks I'm crazy. So, yeah, my daughter thinks I'm crazy that I talk to spirits. Don't you have anything else to do? And then my whole family has it in their heads that all I do is sit here all day and talk to spirits. No,
Okay, Shelly, we'll be here.
I do normal spirit work at like when I'm gonna do my crossover. I take an hour, I talk to them, I give them an offering, we exchange, I tell them the deal, then I cross them over. So an hour, 4 days a week. That's 4 hours a week that I do. Besides what I'm doing,
Good night, Diane.
and then I do good night, Diane. 3 hours of tarot readings, where of course I have to get the messages from the spirits, right? So you say that's 8 hours a week. So 8 hours a week is not a lot when you think of it to do spirit work, unless somebody needs something in between there, then of course, if somebody needs something, I'll help them. But normally it's 8 hours a week of spirit work. So that's not that's less than most people pray, let's say a week. So I don't think it's a lot of spirit work, But my family thinks all I do is sit here and talk to spirits all day like a lunatic. Meanwhile, I'm playing my game, I do all these videos for learning videos and stuff. But they think I just sit here and talk to spirits. Hi, SFL. Thank you, Diane. Shows no compassion. A lot of them. Like I used to like I remember I really liked Bruce Willis, right? And I'm like, oh man, I would love to be him. But Bruce Willis to his fans was very cold when you would meet him. Like would come near you, shake your hand, um, sign anything, talk to you. You were like beneath him, and it was like ew, you know. But now, like when you see it, like they portray him, he does all this great stuff. Yeah, but that's in his little bubble. He does do all that great stuff, but he couldn't be bothered with you, on a personal level, But at least get money or whatever the case may be, He did good things, but he wasn't on that personal level like a nice person, So your perception changes of people you like, which is why, like everybody's my friend was always big on, like, did you see this one and this one married and that? I'm like, I don't read none of that. I don't care who they marry because they don't give a shit who I marry. So why the fuck am I gonna follow their life like a stalker? It's dumb. I don't do that shit. I don't read those magazines. I don't care who's screwing who got married, who, cursed at the other one. I don't care. I really don't. I don't watch none of that. Gossip. They call it the gossip magazines. I don't read it. I don't look at it. That's what it is. So yeah. But we all we all must have. We are all good people here. Oh, SFL, thank you. Well, Christian hell came from seeker Egyptian hell, the lake of fire for unworthy soul. Oh yes, like Scientology behavior. Well, and then really got Hollywood is all smoke and mirrors, right? I'll never forget. So I met when Demi Moore was married to. Wasn't Demi Moore married to Tom Cruise? Or who was Tom Cruise married to back? I'm pretty sure it was Demi Moore. Were Demi Moore and Tom Cruise married?
You what? Did you say my name?
No. Who was Tom Cruise married to in 90s? Oh, Nicole Kidman. Thanks. See, I had to look it up. I freaking remember. Okay, you're right. Nicole Kidman. So Bruce Willis, that's who she was married to. Hello. I was talking about him. So I worked at FAO Schwartz. Does everybody know what FAO Schwartz was? The biggest toy store in New York, and every tourist would go see it. I used to work at FAO. And I met Demi Moore and her kids one day. Her kids were really very well behaved. She was, again, like too good for anything, but whatever. The nanny was with the kids, they were ready. But I was working late. She was, they call it secret shopper. Anyway, so at night, the secret shoppers would take the famous people around and they buy stuff and shop without photo bothering, right? So Tom Cruise came in with his kids, and it was right around 94, 95. So he must have been with Nicole must have had kids, or it was her kids, or his kids, or something. With kids. And when he walked up to me, oh yes, it was good. It was about when he walked up to me, he was around the same height as me. Okay, I'm 5'2". Now they say he's 5'4", but I don't think so. Might be 5'3", but basically the same height. I don't remember if I had heels on, but still 5'4" Christian, right? But if you watch all the movies, he looks tall. Okay? He looks tall. That's how much they lied. I was in shock when I saw him because he was so funny. So Super Saint. Yes, they're the incarnation. Now let me tell you. What I heard from the spirit, and this is the spirit I deal with, I asked one question, so I will tell you. Welcome back, Kelly. Mary, just mute for a second because the TV is so loud that I can't hear myself think.
Yeah, what?
Just mute for a second because that TV is so loud I can't hear what
I'm
saying.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Okay. So anyway, so yeah. So hey, Krista. So from what I understand from spirits, like, because I was like, oh, can you come back as whatever you want? And they're like, no. I'm like, well, can you ask to come back as something? And they're like, you can, but nobody's going to listen. So from what I understood from the spirits, there is reincarnation. It's not up to you. You don't have a choice where, when, how, or what you come back as. Hey, Boomer. That's what they told me. There's, it's when there's a job, I guess, for you to do, or when you need to come back to learn something, your spirit, that's when they send you back. That's only what I heard from the spirits. I can only tell you what they told me. I have not done it yet. I do know I've had past lives. I remember a few, so I definitely know that reincarnation happens. How it happens, I can only tell you from what the spirit said about it. Because I haven't remembered the experience, right? So there you go. That's it. Have a good one, Boomer. By the way, Boomer, did you hear my story about my daughter? Oh, you got home from a celebration? Good, Krista. I took a photo coming home of a cloud. It didn't come out how I thought it would. I'll message you. Oh, yeah, please message it to me, Krista. So that's my take on reincarnation super from what I understood from the spirits. So I hope that helps. And I know Mary believes in reincarnation. She also knows her last lives. She actually had visions about them. Wow, that's super interesting, Krista. Funny enough, we were talking about elementals earlier, and this just reminds me of an air elemental. That's what it looks like to me. I've caught them during the day. I really haven't caught them during the evening, but that's what it looks like. They filmed Tom Cruise at Angels to get him look taller than the actress. Yeah, that's what they do because they lie. At first, I saw a witch, but yeah, I mean, modern day witches are kind of not seeing flyers like flyers. They're usually more on ground. It could be an ancient one, but to me, it looks like an elemental. It looks like an air elemental. But I think I caught it at the wrong angle. Yeah. It's a great photo, though. Actually, it looks like there's two things there, too. It looks like something's hanging out from behind the cloud next to it. But I can't see it behind the cloud, but with a pointy nose and a hat. And you have to know too that elementals can look like, oh, I said in the video, but I did go through a lot of videos to see, but elementals can appear to look like whatever they want. So they can look like witches, they can look like dragons, they can look like angels with wings, they can look like fairies, they can look like whatever they want. Fish, water elementals sometimes take the form of different fish. I met a water elemental that was like one of those, Carter was his name, one of those black fish with the white thing on his head. Yeah, like whatever they want. I mean, it was about to rain just a minute later or so. Wow. You know, the Bible was full of shit when they said animals do not go to heaven. They would immediately go in line. Super safe. They can immediately go if, just like humans, see, and I tell people this, everything on this planet has free will. So if you want to go somewhere, you go. No, nobody forces you to do anything unless you're doing something bad and you have to go to jail, right? You're in the jail per se. You're in spiritual jail or whatever. But like, if you're a regular good spirit, an animal or kid or person, right? They don't force you. They don't drag you to the other side of the light. That you have free will. Go or you're stuck until you find somebody to crush you. So that's what happens. And so animals, a lot of them will stay behind to still stay with their owners, just like people don't cross the state with their family. But they do. They go to, and I mean, it might be a separate part, but there's a lot of different parts to heaven anyway. Like, I remember when I first started doing the crossovers and they would say different numbers to the gatekeeper that was on that side. I'm like, what are the numbers for? Are they lotto numbers? Like, joking. And they're like, no, that's the number of the place, they would like to go. Like, some, or that they can go, or whatever. And these places are like, if you like a big city place, there's a spot that looks like a big city. If you're more of a country girl, you go to this spot. If you like totally off grid, you go to that spot, So like there's like different parts of heaven anyway. And so the animals will go to like parks and stuff, But you'll see them there. They go there. Definitely. Christina, when I was writing down your reading from last night, as soon as you said spirit, read my journey, Tommy the toad hopped next to me. Ah, so cute. A few years back, I was going to Lincoln at least once a week. There were times I would see off the road a bit. I would see like a colonial home partially destroyed. I wouldn't see it every time. Oh, it was like kind of a dimensional thing. Not dimensional. Residual, because even properties can be residual, not only spirits. So residually, you could see a house that isn't there because it residually appears, like a residual haunting. Items can do that too, especially properties, and some with attachments too. There was a celebrity who was filming at a UK mansion, said to owner, the four tiles in the hall are checkered, are they not? And house was the other way around. The owner said, "You're 100% correct." Oh no. Before, when the horses pulled the buses and long lady fine dresses. There you go. 4 out of 10 trips, and I dare why I would see that. Yeah, I think it was a residual. I think it was residual. And if there is, and you can look it up that area, see if there's a lot of limestone or crystal deposits in that area, because that would definitely, like a tape recorder, play things from the past. And that's why you would see that. Most definitely was the residual thing. They put lift in his shoes. Yeah, that too, probably. But he was so short, you'd need stilts for some of that. Oh, Krista. Well, actually, I have a butterfly spirit guide. Well, I don't know if she's a permanent spirit guide, but she came here to teach me something. A butterfly. And I think Evie had a butterfly too. Like, some animal guides will come to you when you need their expertise at the moment for certain situations. Some animal guides will come to help you. Um, and I would look up what, like, that butterfly or moth spirit guide could possibly help you with, and look at how that would translate to your current situation. Maybe they're trying to teach you something. Um, Something like that happened at Bachelor Grove Cemetery in Chicago. They said some people see a farmhouse off in the distance. It gets further away as they walk towards it. So, wow. Anglerfish. That's right, Kim. I think you're I think you're a little behind, Kim. I'm gonna try to write it to her. Live button, Kim. Okay. Alrighty. I have a real blurry pic if you want to see it sitting. Yes, I would love to see it. I just wanted to write to Kim because I think she's a little behind, because we talked about Carter, the fish, a little whiles ago. So a little ways ago. Mary, do you agree with me on Shelley's idea of like it being residual, about the house appearing and reappearing? A Victorian house.
Yes. Uh, Boomerang.
Yes, he said goodnight.
Oh, all right.
What? I think you were a little. I thought you were a little behind Kim, so that's why I said hit the live button. So maybe
I'm
it
I'm
would look back a
I'm
little.
not behind.
Not you, Kim,
Oh,
because she was answering something that passed a while ago that I said. So I was trying to figure
uh,
out if we needed to hit the live button. You know.
3 hours. Hi, Danny. Yeah, we've been on for 3 hours and 45 minutes. I'm about ready to get off here.
Yeah.
I'm getting,
Wow.
getting
And you never
my
saw it before,
engine
Shiner?
weighing
That's
down,
cool.
y'all. So I'm
We
gonna jump
talking.
down the chat, y'all.
Okay, Mary.
Much love, Shire, Carl, Kim, Danny, whoever
Well,
else is in here.
you'll type to them in the chat. I hope
Huh?
you can type to them in the chat still. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to. All right.
Oh, and I have always had a great attraction to Victorian homes. Yeah, Victorian homes are nice. Me too. I always wanted a cute little Victorian house. One day I might have one still before I die, or I'll haunt one. Oh my God, I'm too big. Hello, what the freak? Hello, what the freak is going on? Woohoo! Okay, now we're tight here. We're some kind of tiny in a circle. We're some kind of tiny in a circle. Um, yes, we talked about everything: elementals, paranormal experiences, childbirth, plants, reincarnation, everything we could possibly think of. We talked about today. You know. How are you, my love? Anywho. Hi, Wolf and Hound. How are you? So yeah. Anybody else have any questions for me while we're here about any kind of spiritual stuff? Or have any more cool stories? Because you guys had a lot of cool stories. Oh, let me see the picture Krista sent me about with the cute little moth. Say it's definitely a moth. Let's see. Moth is a spirit animal. They often symbolize, Krista, transformation, intuition, and spiritual growth, and they are seen as messengers of the spirit realm. Their connection to light, both literal and metaphysical, also play a significant role in their symbolism. Transformation, hidden knowledge, and intuition, spiritual messages, shadow work. They also stand for feminine energy. No, don't kill it. You can actually do a little experiment. They are attracted to light. So close all the lights in your house, open the door or a window, and put like a flashlight right near the window. It will go to the flashlight and go out and close it and see if it comes back. Comes back, that was for you. If it doesn't come back, just a moth, but you still don't want it to. Want it to kill it. But that's how I get bugs out of my house if they're not meant to be there. I close all the lights and then I open like my phone light or something, and then they'll all come sit on the phone, and then I walk outside with them, turn the light off so we go to one of the solar lights, and then I go in the house. That's how I get rid of all the little buggies that sneak into the house. Especially those kind of bugs that are attracted to lights. There was a famous case of 18 different folks and had a drink and chatted to all in the pub. All said when they went back, it was a shell of a pub. It was in ruins for 70 years. Danny has a story like that. Didn't you, Danny, where you went to some place to stay overnight? And then the next time, then you left and came back and it wasn't there or something. Pretty sure that was Danny's story too. Super Saiyan. I can't see what you say because there's a dollar sign there. Let's see if I can find myself right here. So someone types. I can't see. I don't know a messenger. But you do. Here we go. I was referring to wildlife. What kind of wildlife? Where were we? What did you say? I missed it. Christina, when I was writing down your reading last night, as soon as you said spirit, be my journey. Tommy the Toad hop next. Oh, Earth Elemental. I was referring to wild. Are we talking about like a real toad or a spirit toad? Maybe I'm sorry. Hi, Janelle. Good night, Shelly. Much love to you. I'll try that. Probably came in when we make those on the porch in the wheelchair problem. Upside down, yes. SFL. Going out tomorrow to my little sign. Walk around the neighborhood. Jelly. Yes, night Jelly. Yeah, but I've been here a long time. It's been before hours. So I'm sure you guys are sleeping. Even though Janelle just came in. Sorry, Janelle, we've been here for hours. I still gotta eat something. Super S. Hey, Super S is cool too. Every time I say into the chat, the talk text Super Saint, it puts some crazy. I wonder if it would. Super Saint. No, not 2%. It will do everything but Super Saint. Hi, Super Saint. This is what it puts every single time. And I always have to retype it. Why doesn't it know the word saint? If I just say Super Saint, it goes 2%. And I'm like, no, there's no Super Saint. But that's what it says all the time. Hi, Lisa. How are you? Similar to the foreign students in New York, I met a storekeeper in a bowler hat who showed me them around his old looking shop. They went back the next night with more students, and it had been closed for years. Yes, I remember you telling us that story. It was like a pharmacy, wasn't it? That's an old pub on .org. Wow. Yes, no, it is wrong. It is definitely wrong in saying that. They're not. It's a survival of the fittest. If we even have that, it's not. It's not that. That's not the case. And I know that they do crossover because I have lots. I've had horses, eagles, elephants, um, lions, tons of birds. Um, birds really, I don't know, don't understand that first. Like, I'll stay here, fly around. They might not get understand. So we get a lot of birds. Yeah, cats, all sorts of things. Yeah. Snakes, ants. I even got a roach one time. I was like, why I have to cross them over? It's just they skeeve me out. But, it happens. You have to cross everybody and everything. I've got no spiders. Spiders might cross over right away. They might be smart ones. I don't know. Yeah, you know what it is? They have changed it. It's like the telephone game. And that's what I say about the Bible. It's like the telephone game. They wrote it down in a language that was starting to become extinct, right? And then the Pope at the time was like, we're going to translate it into modern stuff. And as they're translating it, some stuff got lost in translations, and others, they translated it the way they believed it was meant, instead of just writing it down how it was and letting other people decide. So yeah, so from the beginning, it was tainted. As soon as they translated it, a long time. And then imagine it being translated after that and translated after that, and it re-looked at, and people like, no, it means this, no, it means that, no, it means this. No. How do you know what the hell it means? Did you talk to him? So it's just like a telephone game. Would whisper, and your teacher would make everybody stand up in a line, and she'd say something to the first person, and they'd say it to the next person. By the time you got to the end, it was nothing of what the teacher said. Absolutely nothing. So yeah. Okay, the last pick of the night, just me hanging out. I'm not asking you anything. I need this AI kind of necklaces, and now you got me curious. Ah, I love your rainbow hat. It's adorable. Yeah. I'd say folks go in these shops and then are I think they go into a time slip. They could go into a time slip, or I believe, because I felt like something like had happened to me like that one time. When I was very young, so I couldn't really understand it. But I really felt that a spirit literally took me um, and showed me what I showed me in my third eye what his house looked like. But the house itself was what it had looked like now in this time. But because they were showing you in your third eye, when you looked at it through their eyes. And so it looked like it was before it was, you know. I think it could be that too. I mean, it could be either, but I think that could happen too. Like, because it's a third eye, like they're showing you, and, and if you don't understand, then you're like, oh, look at this shit. But you're looking at it, they're projecting it, so you think you're seeing it, and then it was just their projection into your mind. Time slips occur there all the time, yeah. Mhm. Yeah, Shire was telling us about that the other time. Yeah, we love everybody here. Proud Canadians. There you go. I believe there's a creator and the universe and all this stuff. I believe there's a higher being. I just don't believe they wrote the Bible. I I think he gave us free will, not so he could write a whole bunch of rules and then judge us on these rules that he wrote after he gave us free will. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. And why I never really went with what's in the Bible. If it doesn't make sense to me, I'm not going to follow. I have to follow my own heart and intuition and use the brain that God gave. So, or the universe gave, the creator. I call it the creator, which is a separate, to me, God and the creator are two separate entities. Like, God is watches over heaven, and the creator is created everything. Some people believe the creator and God are the same energy that was separated to different jobs. But something the spirit can't tell you. You kind of have to figure it out in your mind. You know, creators are aliens. I do believe that the creator, of this universe, well, called an alien. I don't know. I don't know if he originated here and then went and he's an alien. I don't believe anybody, not on the planet or outside the planet, are aliens, because we're all in this universe together. So we all people of the land and the universe. So not a bunch of aliens. But yeah, he travels in space because he didn't only make us stay here. He traveled to make other creations in the universe, whether it's stars or black holes or I don't know other anomalies in space. I'm not a big space person to know what all these pretty things are called in space. There's a lot of pretty things in space, but he not only creates people, he creates all those things too. So everything in the universe, right? So yeah, of course, he travels in space. Hell yeah, that's what he does. Tommy the Toad comes to see me every night. Oh, that's beautiful, Super Thing. Not found with Greek, Egyptian, and Latin. They would never have figured out. Yes, it's true, Carl. Like, how would they know? True story. Welcome back. I believe us humans are aliens of Earth. There you go. So, like I said, I believe anybody in the universe belongs in the universe. They're not aliens. They're inhabitants of this universe. Everybody on this planet is inhabitants of the planet. You have me, an immigrant, if you were born on this fucking planet. Because this whole planet belongs to everybody who lives on it. I don't know how much more this doesn't take rocket science. Obviously, it doesn't. But that's the whole thing of it. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to New York. Yeah. I forget how the song goes, but that's why they had that song. Because everybody is supposed to live together. No matter where you're from. We're all here. It's everybody's land. Doesn't belong to anybody but the people we're living on. Just saying. My friend was like, because I told her one time, I really wish that everybody would learn English. She's like, when I don't talk to her, but anyway, when we were talking, and I yelled at her about why we're not talking anymore. Anyway, so she says to me, "Well, I thought you didn't like them because you told you said they should learn English. I'm like, "But I think to come here, you should learn. If I went to France, you think that they're going to learn how to speak American so they can talk to me when I'm in France? No, I have to learn French when I go to France because they don't have, ambitious in French example. But we could even use Greece. If I don't speak Greek very good. If I went to Greece, but they speak Greek, I have to learn to speak Greek in there when I go to Greece. So when I was telling her, no, they come here. I just wish they would take the time and effort to learn so we can speak to each other, right? And so there wasn't so much of a barrier. That's just to be together. I said, I don't blame that though. I don't even blame that on them. I blame it on the United States. I blame it on us because we give driving tests and all this stuff in every single language. No other country does that. They have it in their language. You learn their language. You're going to live there. You're going to move here. You have to learn how to speak their language too. They don't tell you to give up your stuff. They tell you, no, you've got to kind of learn how to talk to people here if you want to hang out here, right? That's common sense. My grandparents came from Italy. They learned how to speak English. My grandmother was a seamstress in World War II. My grandfather, I believe, was in the army in World War II. So my great grandparents on my mother's side came from Turkey when they left it. It was Greece, but Turkish people took over that part of Greece, segregated them, and they came here to America. And they spoke very bad broken English, but they tried really damn hard because they wanted to be a part of what America was about. So I told her it's not that I love my family. My grandparents and grandparents came from different places. So I love immigrants, and I cry every time I watch the spice stuff. But I I I would like to be able to communicate with them. That's my biggest problem. And I think that if we could all communicate better, there wouldn't be so much segregation. If we could all communicate. That's how I feel. I feel if we could communicate better, everybody would be able to we'd be able to break more barriers of communication. If they would make one universal language for the earth, that'd be awesome, don't you think? I think we could do that. Universal language that everybody can learn so that we can all communicate with each other. Wouldn't that be good? I don't know, maybe it's just hey 5 eggs, how are you? Okay, I'm gonna go back. I got on my crazy rant. Sorry, didn't. Okay, Krista, thank you for the picture. Yes, Carl, that room. Yeah, that was last like Carl. I'm back. I saw that. I believe us humans are aliens. Okay, so this is a 3D render of contract fourth and fifth dimension space. Oh, I did something on that. I'm just really not good with all that science and math stuff. I tried to do it in a way that everybody would understand, but I did something on reincarnation, timelines, and dimensions. It's really interesting. I did a video on it. It's in the spiritual learning. Maybe I'm wrong. Agreed, Christina. It's supposed to be for the people by the people. Yeah. Real toad that visits me every night. It's a real one. That's how you know you love with real animals. I mean, I know. I know. I didn't mean to say real. The spirits are correct. It's not real. It's live. I'm like, okay. When live, the animals come to visit you, you're blessed. I'm blessed. I have a spirit animal. Yeah, to flight my head off. Hello. That must be one of the first spirits, right? Joke. All right. Here we go. Has everyone ever heard of Carol Cole and Rough Trade? No SFL. Carl, did the cat creep into the crypt? Okay, that is a tongue twister, Shire. An old Toronto band called Carol Cole. Oh, it's a band. Oh, I have to look at that. I have to look at that. Welcome in 5A. I'm sorry, we have a show on Thursday right after yours, so I didn't get to see Diane, but I'm gonna go back and watch. I hope it was good. Money for all that she had. So, oh, you know what? I always share the 21st century suffragettes, but I should actually share Diane's channel. If you guys want to hear music, check out. Click on it to share. Why can't I share? I see, Tony, that you have to get a tripod so that the phone stays. Just saying. I just say it. Okay. Anyway, let's Tony. Bothering 5 8. Okay. Here's Diane. You know, Carl, you'll love Diane's music. There is a world language. It's mathematical numbers, Christina. I'll never learn that language. It's math. Why? Is it easy? I mean, then you know what? Then it should be taught to everybody in the beginning. Go relax. Thank you, Krista. Much love to you. So yeah, that's Diane's channel. Carl, you like you do music. I love Diane's little raspy voice. You have to listen to her. She does rock. So that's Diane's music link. If for anybody here who doesn't have Diane's live music, sometimes she plays Saturday night live stream, and she goes and goes. She plays the guitar. It's really cool. So definitely check her out. Hi, Rosanna. I'm here because this is getting hot. Because I'm already done with that part of my life, so it's not hot flashes. I'm just damn old. What's going on? Hiya. We've been here 4 hours and 15 minutes. You guys are not tired of me yet? Are you not tired of me yet? Oh, by the way, today was Thursday. I actually did a video 9 o'clock. It should have came out. What time is it? 11:33. Holy world. We've definitely been here too long. So I did a video on immigrants. Yes, it came out. Okay. Um, and immigrants' rights and stuff, but I had the picture of my Italian family in there, and I wonder if I could show it to you guys. Wait, here it is. No, I went back too far. Okay. This is like my grandma, and you can see the soldiers were coming home. I'm trying to put it behind. Oh, okay. Let me see if I can. I think I would have to switch it. Wait, we could do this. We could do this. Okay. And let me put it on a square. Okay. There we go. That's my Italian family. My grandma, all her family. That's the building she lived in Brooklyn. And you see the banner up there over the door. Okay, so that's you can see the 5 men that were coming home from the military. That's why they were all out in the street. Anyway, so a lot of my Italian family and their neighbors and everybody coming home from World War II. Yeah, that's my Italian family, my Italian immigrant family. So yeah. But anyway, so in the video that I did tonight, the learning video of um learning about immigrant rights. Hi Diane. Learning about immigrant rights. That picture's in there anyway. That's my family. That's my Italian side of the family. Um from World War II. So yeah. Shire, have a good night. I know it must be like, what time is it there? It's 11. What is it like? 4 in the morning? 3, 4 in the morning over there? Holy crap. Yeah. Something like that. He's in the UK. So I've had quite a night. I know. Oh no. I'm going to go watch it. 11:35. Yeah, here. You're with me. It's 11:35. But our friend Shire, I think he's in the UK, and so is Carl. So, what time is it, Carl, near you guys? 3 in the morning or something? I gotta make a cigarette, guys. So, 1 second. 1 second. You'll hear me make my cigarette. I might go back outside with you guys and sit outside for a little while in the backyard where there's actually some little wind. Okay. Maybe I took 6 hours ahead in the UK. 5:30 a.m. Wow. So no wonder poor Shia has to go to bed. He's over here listening to me chitty chat all this time. He's probably like, okay, that's enough of this shit. That's just totally not. I'm gonna sit outside for a second. Let's see if I can get the lights turned on. There we go. Get the light on. Diane, look at my fairy garden. Look at all the lights. There are enough lights. Besides the fact that there's enough lights everywhere, of course. Well, you see all the blinking. Look at all the lights. But and then I have that light. But this whole spot is the whole fairy garden I made for the Fae folk. You see it during the day. I showed it earlier. A lot. It's 4:30 a.m. in London. Wow. Anyhow, it's hot in the house. I have to come outside for a second. Phew.
We sweating. That's enough of that. I was like, no, going outside. Why is this thing crooked? I feel like it's crooked. My little tripod here. The chesticles. Yeah. So, yep. I have my very, very lit up garden. I gotta pick some lettuce. I think I'm gonna have a salad. I showed you guys before the lettuce got so high from all the rain. I'll pick some leaves and have some lettuce. We have a salad. I can't have coffee because it's just too late. Yes, Super Saint. I'm sure she's. I hope she was. She's probably was in the bushes here and at Diane's at the same time. We just be. She'd be in the bushes eating her cake with who does she always eat the cake with? In the bushes. I forget his name. Oh, Earth, Wind, and Fire. I know. I was so mad. I always used to tell people like my mother. Her name was Joanna, and they had a song for her, and they have a song for all these women. I'm like, how come nobody ever made a song about a Christina? We're so fucking awesome. Why is there no song about a Christina, right? And they're like, there really isn't. And I'm like, no. The only thing they made about Christina is the killer car, which is not what I want. I want a nice, pretty song. I don't want a killer car named after me. Yep, there was a Joanna. Who sang it? Joanna, I love you. You're the one for me. I can't sing like Diane, but yeah. Um, oh, who the hell was that? I can't remember who sang it. Yeah, Christine the Killer Car. That was it. That was what was for us. Oh, from Saturday Night Live. Yeah. Come on, somebody knows who sang Joanna. I don't have my other phone to look it up. It was a group. Diane knows. She's gonna tell. That's the name of your aunt's vehicle? Oh no. Toto sang Rosanna. Yeah. That's right, Janelle. But who sang Joanna? Oh, it's been doing that. I was saying Super Saint the other day, like ever since they put this meta with Google, it just wants to. I'll say something totally clear, very simple to understand, and it doesn't know what I'm saying. Or if it does know what I'm saying, it will write what I said and then totally change the whole sentence. And I'm like, who told you you could do that? Cool in the Gang. That's who it was. Thank you, Diane. I knew. I knew. Cool in the Gang. Yep. I'm gonna have to write myself a song. Shit. That's gonna be next week's new song. Every Saturday I write a song, Diane. Most of the time it's paranormal songs because there's not too many paranormal songs out there, or
like the song about that I did with Benny and stuff. Most of them are paranormal, funny songs that I could use on my channel. I don't have to write myself a song. Is that weird if I write myself a song? Oh, I'll write it for the other Christina. Then it won't look weird. And then we'll have a song with our name in it. That's what we're gonna do. Hmm. Christina, is it okay if I write a song after you? Every song I've ever written of Rosanna, Rosanna, Donna. Yeah. Rosanna, Rosanna, and Dana. I don't want to talk so loud. The old neighbors get mad at me and they yell if I'm outside talking loud. They do, but it's so nice out here. It's hot in my house. Well, I don't have AC. I just have little fans that plug in via USB. So I don't even. Oh, I have one regular fan that actually plugs in, but most of them are little USB fans. There's one. That's the one I'm using. That's crazy. But on the loudest, wow. And it hangs around my neck so I can take it outside. I have that one, and I have another like this one. Oh, that is he uses feels like a cat usually. I think because the sun comes in the back of my house, which is where I am in the back of the house, back of the so they sing a song? Really? Type that in. I said, no, I did not know about this. It's a new song. Is it a nice song? It's not a creepy song, right? It's not a great, great song. I want a nice song about. Let's look at the lyrics. Oh, so it's about a Christina that he can't have, but he loves. Okay. Yay! And it's 2018. That's why it's fairly new for the music that I listen to. So it is new. Thank you, SNL. I'll have to listen to it. Like I had to read the lyrics to make sure it's like a killer car kind of lyric. It totally, yeah, I know it messed with my audio. Sorry. That tiny fan is crazy good. That's why. This tiny fan. By the way, I bought this tiny fan. I went to the King's, No Kings, and it was raining that day. It wasn't that. Is it messed up now? Still, my audio. Fix it. Wait. Now is it better? It should be. I fixed the setting now. But yeah, that because this fan is crazy. But I got it at the No Kings. When I went to the No Kings, um, I better okay. I was walking back to from the No Kings after we finished, and I had pizza, and the next to this pizza place was this adorable store, and it had all this cool stuff, right? And near the counter, she had these fans, and I was like kind of getting hot. Her store was a little hot, so I went and I was like, ugh. And she's like, "No, you want a good fan? This is the best." And when she put it on me, I was like, "I want that. How much is it?" And she was like, $8. And I was like, "Yeah, if I knew how good it was, I would have got two. Okay? Because it's like the best little fan ever, ever." And obviously, it messed with all the audio because it's fabulous. um, the other one was $5 from Amazon. I mean, it's not bad. It's on high though, and it's not even close to the other one. But yeah, yeah, I'm telling you. I think I should go back to that store and like get a whole bunch of those and sell them for $12 outside. I walk in the street. I'm like, this fan is great. $12. Make $3 off each fan. Eight. Okay, make $4 off each fan. $10 and send us one. Yeah. I love that. I love it. So anyway, I said that was the best $8 spent. And then Timu, because I ordered some stuff from there, they were like, "Thank you. We're gonna send you a free gift. What do you want?" And I saw a fan that looked like that, and I was like, "That's what I want." But that one's not as good as. First of all, it doesn't like turn so you can hang it on your neck like when I go outside, like because I'm old and I need it. But so it's you just hold it, but it dies really fast. It takes a really long time to charge. Like this one, I can have it on while it's charging, and it won't die as it's charging if I have it on. The other one, no. Yeah, that it's $8. So that's what I'm saying. I should buy a whole bunch and upsell because I haven't, you know, been able to find. Like I said, the other one. I'll show you the one from Temu that they sent me for free as a free gift. Yeah, they sent me this one, but it's not as good. I mean, it's good and it was free, so I don't complain. But like I said, it takes a long time to charge and it dies really fast. So this is on 100, and it's noisier, I think, maybe than the other one. I don't know, but yeah, I'll show you how it blows the hair. Um, so anyway, so that's the free one from Timu. It's not terrible, but the purple one's better. And you know what sucks? It's like some Chinese. It doesn't have a name so that I could find it again. Like I'd have to go back to where um Forest Hills in Queens, like so it's a few towns over, and go to that store and buy her up from. You are a business person. Sell them for 15 each, including tax. Trump would sell it for 99.99. Yeah, I know. I'm like, I buy them $8. I sell them for 12. I make $4. Right? Yeah, you're right. But yeah, he would. He'd buy a whole bunch of them and be like, $25, best thing ever. And people would spend $25 for the thing because I went on Amazon and you can find them 12.99, but I don't know if they're as good or if they're gonna be like that. This one, I want one like I was showing for everybody who didn't come in. My sister's having a yard sale this week. Anyway, this weekend. So I've been making a whole bunch of stuff. You want to see what I'm making? So I'm making bag pulls. Look how cute. These are the bag pulls that you can put on your bag. And I'm making pens. Look how cute these pens are. So we're gonna try to sell these because I'm poor and I'm not getting disability now. I'll never get it. Been fighting already too long. So and for medical, which I don't have and now won't get. So anyway, um, gotta try to make money other ways. So hey, if anybody's interested in buying these little keychains or pens, they're $10 plus whatever shipping to your house. Um, if you want to support me, otherwise, of course, you become a member of the channel. I even made necklace ones, so you can put them on chains. Um, yeah, but so I make a whole bunch of things. They're pretty. They're pretty. Look at the coffee. Gotta show you. Look at this one, how pretty. It has lots of hangy stuff on this one. There's the little coffee, the pom pom, and that, and you can hook it on your bag. Put your keys on it. Yeah, I think $10 is is a fine price. What do you guys think? um, SFL, what do you think? $10 or I guess for the yard sale, $10 for you. I guess if I was selling them online, I could do more. But look how pretty this necklace is too. It has the beads and then it has this hangy thing and a chain. Pretty deluxe. So anyway, yeah, that's what I've been doing this whole week is making all these things. So hopefully I can make a few bucks at my sister's garage sale. At my sister's yard sale. That's what I'm doing. And then I put all these little thank you cards in here with like my email in case they want to get more. Like, this one's real pretty too. Has this pretty one and this big old pom pom. So I made all different kinds of things. Keychains, bag pulls, necklaces, and pens. Yeah, I hope I do too. I would like to get some food. Is that $10? Yeah, unfortunately, because I'm poor, you guys would have to pay the shipping to wherever you live. I would check the shipping first and tell you how much it is. Because I don't know. Depends on where you live. This is one of my favorites. $12. Make deals. Okay, 12. Tell them $12 and then sell them for 10 if they want it. But when they talk me down. Okay. Look at this one. How pretty. Ooh, with the flower and coffee. This one's coffee and flower. Anyway, I like them. I think they're pretty. Get it, girl. Did you catch my other comment? Wait. A fragrance line. Thank you, Janelle. I didn't see. Oh, I don't have to get I I'd have to get you to make a custom necklace from Morning Glory. Yes, I could do that. I mean, these were I made for the yard sale because I figured I could sell them. But guys, I also make pendulums, all different kinds of pendulums. I have about a million. If I took you in my room, you'd die how many pendulums I have hanging all over the wall. And I make the pens, and Diane got some pens. I know she said the night. So, but anyway, so I made a whole bunch of these guys, all different colors, and this one has like a cool ball thing. So, but I make pendulums. I also make healing necklaces and like so with protection necklaces with like black salt and holy water and all that kind of stuff too. Um, yeah, let's see if I will show you some pendulums. I also make magic wands. Yeah, hello. My room is a mess of mine, but just so you can kind of see. So I have here all these hanging, two of them, and then I have more pendulums hanging there. These are all pendulums. I made all these guys. Yeah, I made all these. I gotta bring some pendulums too, I guess, to there. But all different kinds of pendulums with all different, I mean, so deluxe ones to like really simpler ones. Um, all different kinds of crystals on them. Yeah. So I do make tons and tons of pendulums too. Oh, and I do make gnomes. Yeah, I'm crazy with the gnomes too. I do make gnomes. I make all sorts of stuff, but the stuff that's sellable, I guess, would be that kind of stuff. Here's my gnome, some of them. Here's here's a few of the gnomes. Here's my Cheez-It gnome. Look at him, how cute. He's cute and he's holding coffee. He's the Cheez-It one. I have another Cheez-It one because I make them out of socks. So it was a sock set Cheez-It, and he has a cookie on his hat. He is also holding a coffee. And I have the Oreo guy. Here's the Oreo grandpa. There's Oreo grandpa with his big old hat. And he's got like a real little 3D Oreos and a little heart. That's Oreo grandpa. He's also got, what is he holding? Some milk. Because, he needs milk to go with Oreos. So that's some of the gnomes I make. Make a whole bunch of stuff. Anyway, I sent Mary. Mary bought some of my gnomes. I made her Christmas ones. Make Halloween ones, all sorts. Oh yeah, just message me. Anything you guys want me to make. Like I said, I make wands, a whole bunch of metaphysical stuff. Oh, I make these wind things. Can I take one down without knocking everything? Hello. Oh, here we go. I make these wind things with crystals in them. What are they called? Like sun catcher things with crystals. Yeah, so I make a whole bunch of these too. Small, large, medium. This one's medium. I have bigger and then tiny. Yeah, like I'll grab a tiny little one. So I have my crafts all over the place. That's why I'm a mess. And then like I have like little ones, like little star ones. Yeah, the hanging stuff. So yeah, I have those too. You That's what I've been making mostly. The other stuff is just like little crafts that I make for YouTube content that I make out of recycled stuff, usually stuff that I find in the garbage or the butterfly. Yeah. I have all sorts of stuff like because I make stuff like I made this beautiful cross out of you can see how I made this on my channel, but it's out of clothespins. Look how pretty it is. So yeah, I make all sorts of stuff. Um, but why I have no room? No room. Ah. Okay, now let's go back and see what the heck I was showing you and I didn't see. Oh, we're still on Christina lyrics. Wait, back to YouTube. What's going on? Oh no, we're in the wrong one. No, this is the immigrant one. Yep, immigrant rights. Make sure you guys check out that video. It was really good. I try to do all the learning ones. Okay. Show your wreaths. Ah, okay, the wreaths. Wait, let me turn you around. I guess it'd be easier. Where is the settings? Camera. Don't mind the mess, guys. I have the tiniest apartment ever because I live in a walk-in. And so here's one look I made with pots. That's the second one I made with pots up there. I have all sorts of stuff hanging on my door. I made this one for Christmas. And of course, I put them here now because, it's not Christmas anymore, so I don't have it on the front door. I made this coffee. This one's Christmas, Valentine's Day, more Christmas. So yeah, those are like the wreaths. You could tell I have all this stuff up here. I have another wreath there. I even made a wreath for, oh, I love these that I made. I even have a wreath. Okay, I gotta turn on the light. I made a wreath for the refrigerator. It's on a magnet for Easter. Yeah, I have this kind of thing. They don't exactly call it a wreath, but they call it like a swag, I guess. Yeah, all these things, I make everything. So yeah, so of course, anything you guys want, probably I can make. I make cute little these guys hanging. Have these. Look, I have these out of cans and flowers and you don't know. I made this thing to hold the hot chocolate, but then I have my gnome on here too. Yeah, so excuse the fact that I have stuff all over the place. Because my house is tiny, tiny, tiny. I only have. It's only my house is only the. Turn this around. My house is only my kitchen, my bedroom, which is the living room, bathroom, and right next to me is my son's room, which is his room. It's nice. Beautiful. So basically, I have the bath. I can't go into the bath. I have the kitchen, which is this little tiny space, and my little room, and that's it. All there is, and there you can't fit no more shit. So yeah, okay. I love the newer gnomes. I hadn't seen those. Yeah, I've been getting more deluxe with the gnomes kit. I even made gnome out of teacup, which was freaking adorable. You can see that on the channel. Thank you, Diane. I made a bunch of hemp jewelry to send out to my family's church, and now I'm stuck with it. Why are you stuck with it? What happened? You're not talking to The church. I know you're not talking to the church anymore, but I would still. I'd sell those shitters. Well, yes, SFL. I agree with. Like, she would get a leak in the wall if she would. Not actually, because I can't hang. Most of the stuff is hung with sticky stuff, while a lot of stuff falls and breaks. But um, I have to get these because the walls are so slick. This is an old apartment, like it's an old house. So I need those little. They have three little nails, and when you hammer in all the three nails at the one time, it will stick. That's what I hang my heavier stuff on. So there you go. Those things are great, by the way. If you don't know what they are, I'll have to show you. You can call the ACLU. A craft room the size of her apartment. Yeah, you're telling me. Yes, yes. Well, that's like even like, oh, I'm trying to show you on the phone that I'm reading on. This here. Can you guys see it? I found in the garbage and it was like a brown candle holder and I made it white and I put the doll heads with the candles in them. And it's like a Victorian like candle holder. You can see all this stuff. Everything I make, I should put on my channel. It's all in my feel like crafting playlist. Feel like crafting? That's what we do. Diane, much love to you. Good night. We'll see you Saturday or Sunday or somewhere on your channel. Wow, Super Saint. What a holy place, nails everywhere. Yeah. I didn't think about that, but yeah. Mm. I have some more clothespins left, so the next thing I think I'll do is I saw somebody else make coasters out of clothespins and then like to put their coffee cup on. So I might make one of those for my coffee cup. And I also saw someone make like beautiful dragonflies and paint them and hang them out of clothespins. So I might try that. We'll see what the next. I don't even think I have a video for this Tuesday, so I'm gonna have to do. Maybe I'll have to bake something. No, because it's almost too hot to make a craft. Unless I show you guys how I make the necklaces and stuff, because I'm gonna make more of those tomorrow. Maybe that'd be Tuesday's video. I don't know. But now we're gonna be here 5 hours, so I'm gonna let you guys go. Just like Diane said. I'll go because it's been 5 hours. You go home now. It's been 5 hours. There used to be a joke in the 80s. Remember when the Asians go, they used to try to make fun of the Asian guy who always just say, you go home now. You've been here 5 hours. It was. It must have been from some kind of movie that they always used to. They always used to quote that guy. I don't know. I don't know what movie, but everybody used to love that quote in the 80s. You go home now. You've been here 5 hours. I don't know what movie it's from, but so yeah, check out the video tonight. Immigration tomorrow. Spooky story. Saturday is a music video. Sunday, real paranormal story. Saturday I should go live at some time. I don't know if I'll go live from maybe you guys can sit outside at the yard sale with me. I don't know. Maybe we'll do that. And if not, then I'll see you later on after the yard sale. Oh yeah, no, Super Saint, you're right. Don't I don't give no money to anyone anymore. I mean, I used to always give money to the environment and stuff like that, but then I was like, okay, I'm giving money to everything. And I don't know what they're really doing with it, right? And then like, hello, I need money. I'm poor right now, and nobody's giving me any money. So I have to be careful where I put my money. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me for 5 hours. And yeah, I'm gonna see you Saturday. Tomorrow, I don't know if anybody's going live, but I'll see you at around the tubes at Hal Sparks or somebody, Luke Bryan, or whoever goes live. Tomorrow, I'll probably see you there. But we'll definitely see you Saturday at some point for a live stream. Definitely. Um, let's get a cool goodbye screen. What do we got? I don't know. Here we go. There we go. Does that look like me? Bye bye. See you soon. Um,
You still here? It's over. Go home. Go.